You know, I'm only just now realizing one of the things that I wanted to do today before streaming was shave, and I didn't. So my mustache feels too bushy. But, you know, see it's we love bush. I love bush too, just not in my neck. Yeah, I know the Irish soak. Where are my slippers? My feet are cold. Oh shit, I left them in my hold on 1 second. All right. Your hair is looking nice today. Thank you. I got some more hair product. We'll see how it goes. Kind of disappointing you're not wearing a suit for this, not gonna lie. Well, no, it's not a meme though. The OKBV stuff is a meme. This is for future reference material. I don't want to wear a suit. Please show us Artemis about cat content. I can't summon the cats magically. They kind of do it their own thing, you know? Kendrick diss track? I don't care. Today's OKBV stream? No. No, Itgio. What is that in the floor behind you? That's a drawstring for the cats to play with. Hold on, let me close the door. Oh, boy. Happy to have you, Gems Juice. Can I get you into wearing fragrances? No. What are we talking about today? Everything, I guess. The people demand your thoughts on the Kendrick Drake beef. I don't know anything. I don't know and I don't care. Vosh is white, that's true. Busch Gardens thing? What? Violence erupts at Is this just a fight at a store? What is this? Who cares? What's going on? What is anyone talking about ever? Excuse me. Did you have time to look into Alberta? No, and I don't remember promising that I would. Chat's gonna be bad today. I can feel it. Thankfully, we have plenty to talk about. Right now, people are talking about the man or a bear in the woods discourse. Depends. Is it a black bear or a grizzly bear? I'm really sorry. Like, I got an email about this too. The discourse is like, "Hey, women, would you rather be lost in a forest with a bear or with a man?" And a bunch of women are saying with a bear and not a man. And that's like obviously the answer, right? First of all, the whole thing is a setup as a way to describe like the violence and the threat that men pose. So the purpose of the setup wouldn't be like fulfilled if you said, "Oh, the man because the bear has a higher grip strength" or whatever, some stupid autistic shit like that. Like obviously the setup, the point of the dichotomy is to make an argument um about men, you know, like and sort of the potential for danger. But like yeah, men are a huge threat to women, you know? Men act real bad sometimes. I don't care, Nikki Bugs. I don't know what that is. Hold on 1 second. let's do a really quick trial. Hello, fellow Voshites. What will Vosh talk about today? Don't worry, I got permabanned for too much horny Vosh simping. Vosh stash, Vosh voice, Harry Vosh, Vosh is a bear, I want to see the slippers, I am gay, today is OKBV stream, Sag, what are we talking about today? The random other shit, I don't care. Hypers, gay bear, bear polio, I like bear men, can you show us your slipper? And another month break for you. There we go. Only 1 month? I mean, there's worse behavior. It didn't seem like they meant any harm, Mao. First of all, being weird and creepy and annoying is the harm. You guys really think you can get away with saying a lot of shit to me just because I'm pretty laissez-faire when it comes to sexual behavior, you know? You guys, like, literally, like, any other environment, and there would be mass bans for a lot of the shit that you guys say, you know? It is specifically in this environment that more is allowed. You know, I'm, like, more forgiving on the subject than basically anybody else would be. And still somehow, you know, people find ways. Would be nuked from orbit if you were a woman. True. And this is why I'm a lurker. Because if you weren't a lurker, you would be compelled to sexually sort of harass me. Not really sexual harassment, you know, just being weird, I guess. Um, I did hear that girl with a guitar. It works since you aren't stupid enough to fuck fans, lol. Yeah, you know, I try my best. Fucking half the people in Seattle seem to know who I am. It's a constant conversation that I have to have on, like, fucking Hinge or whatever. Like, yo, is that you? You know? Remarkable. Yeah, Bjornholf, many such cases. You're half of Seattle's hear me out, yeah. Do you sometimes deny it just to fuck with people? No, because I feel like I don't know. I don't know what I would get from that necessarily. I feel like I could fuck with them more by like admitting to it in the most for the most part, but like you can't. You got to be careful with these people, man. How does meeting fans IRL usually go? Meeting you guys? Meeting you guys? What are you talking about? Never approach me. I did. There was one girl that I hooked up with, and she didn't tell me she knew who I was until my dick was already in her hand. So she kind of like she really saved that one for the last hurdle. You know, I was kind of in it. Wise of her to know that if she had said that beforehand, you know, I respect the ability to plan. I guess. Avosh, keep going. I would kill myself. uh, wait, you stayed? You didn't leave? Quoteth. She was really hot. Okay, come on. Be real here. This early? Dude, unironically, chat's fault. All right, you're right, though. We have to focus up. We have to focus up. Jesus Christ, there are 19 fucking pages here. Oh my god, there's no way we're getting to all this in one day. We have to start, like, now. Oh boy. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So I often get asked for my thoughts on stuff. Most of the time when people are asking me for my thoughts on stuff, they're just being annoying and they're trying to save themselves a Google search, not knowing that even with as bad as Google search is these days, that's probably a more reliable way of finding out basic information about basic stuff than asking a live streamer during a live stream. It's also very annoying for me. Now, a lot of the time when people ask me for my thoughts on stuff, they're being like sincere. They actually, it's not just them being annoying. Like they actually do want to know my opinion on something. And I have so many videos, like well over 1,000 at this point, and I don't have a perfect memory, so I can't go like, oh well, I explained my opinion on that subject in video 462 titled "Duh" from 3 years ago. Like, yeah, I can't really do that. So what Tempest, one of my beloved editors, suggested was, what if we sort of made a master archive of my thoughts on a wide variety of subjects that could be then like extensively time-stamped. So in the future, if anyone wanted to know like very basically what my thoughts are on something, they could literally go to that and then like there's the timestamp, like easy search, like control F, whatever, search, there it is, click, there I say it, like 2 minutes on it or whatever, Um, and I thought that was a good idea. So could you shout out Juzor too? They suggest the idea of oh really, Juzor? Oh, I didn't know that. Juzor, thank you very, very much. Yeah, and they asked, presumably Juzor as well, asked people in the Reddit like, okay, what do you want Vosh to give his thoughts on? And now there's like a billion things. Now, mind you, okay, this isn't like a definitive master list of all my opinions. This is just my thoughts on some subjects, right? A pretty large number of them. It's not meant to be comprehensive. None of this is meant to be like extensively researched. This is just like if you asked me in chat, hey, what are your thoughts on blank? Then I would go like, okay, duh, like that, A lot of the subjects, by the way, that are on this list, I don't know much about, right? Because that would be the honest answer. I would say, oh, well, I don't know that much about that. That would be, you understand the point here, right? It's not meant to be like a comprehensive guideline to all of my hardcore political opinions or whatever. It's literally just thoughts on X, right? Yeah, this is like the master archive. I don't think we're going to be able to do all this in one video, but even if we got through every single one of the items in this list in one video, in one stream, somehow, which is just nonstop going to be me talking, people are still going to want more. So there's probably going to be like a part 2 or 3 or whatever. But the way it's going to work is that I'm going to go through these like items as they're presented in the sheet. And when I'm done with one, I'm going to play this noise, okay? This is like structure. We're structuring it like this, okay? We need some kind of structure. It's going to be time-stamped. Otherwise, this is going to turn into a massive rambly mess. That's the best we can do. So I'm going to play this noise. Do you get that? That's the Factorio Research Complete noise, okay? We're completing a thought. We're completing a thought. Whenever I say like, oh, whenever you hear that, it means I'm done with that specific topic, right? I think that's cute. I think that's like a decent way of structuring things. So again, just to clarify, not hyper holistic, not super duper crazy well-informed research. It's literally just, hey, Vosh, thoughts on, and then I'd go, oh, these are my thoughts. Like if somebody, hey, what are your thoughts on this esoteric subject? I'd be like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And that would be my thoughts. That would be like an item in the list. Could you make it a bit louder? You want it louder. You want the Factorio Research Complete noise to be louder. I assumed you'd want it quieter. Yes, please? Okay, I've turned it up slightly to a volume that I think will be that much. Okay, fine. Okay, I've increased the volume by a moderate amount. Okay, is that fine? Sure. Well, you know what? Let's test it. How's this? That's got to be fine, right? I can see the audio bar right there. That's almost as loud as my voice. Perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, perfect. Okay, nice. Okay, there you go. That's the. From now on, that's the thought complete. It's the thought complete. Okay, wonderful. All right. Make it louder. You're going to be hearing it like 100 times. Well, there's more than 100 items on the list, so not just 100 times, actually. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. This is going to be fun. Yeah. Don't jinx it. Okay. Let me set up my windows here. 1 second. I don't want to have to like click around stuff a bunch. I want to have everything nice and lined up here. The timestamp gods are going to have a difficult time with this one. They're not going to be having fun with this one. Is it too late to add to the list? Yes. Why isn't it the noise of a thought completing in Disco Elysium? Because it doesn't have the positive vibes, okay? The dun 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 is like a nice positive beat, not like Disco Elysium is not a positive vibe game, okay? Oh man. Okay. We're gonna go. How can we add to the list? Shut up! I haven't even started the list. Don't you even think of making it longer right now? Jesus Christ! I'm looking at like a like 10,000 pallets of heavy shit I have to move, and I've done like, all right, time to move it. And you guys are like, how do we add more heavy pallets of shit to this pile? Shut up! My God. Okay. All right. I think we have this. I think we have this lined up. Okay. I'm going to be talking for a while today. Show teeth. I'll ban you for a month, too. You can check their logs if you want, guys. It's for a good reason. Okay. All right. The first section is give general thoughts on political systems. Wow, we sure talk about that a lot. Okay. The very first one that we're talking about today is anarchy, if you can believe it, right there at the top of the list. Okay. So, in a very general sense, right, colloquially, anarchy means like chaos, no control, you know. I think that when most people talk about anarchy in a political sense, in a very general sense, they're referring to like a system where you try to minimize the degree of political hierarchy between humans to the greatest possible degree. You know, you want it to be as sort of as pluralistic as like in not individualistic necessarily, but more like you want there to be as little top down sort of structure to the way the government or the system at large is run in general. The problem is like anarchist theory is really broad and all encompassing, and I have seen anarchists that I really, really agree with, and there are anarchists that I really, really don't agree with. I think my main issue with anarchism as a political movement is that it seems like it's allergic to power, even more so than like most communist movements that I see. Communist movements occasionally sort of chance into political power, even if they often squander it, but anarchists seem to be principally opposed to adopting any of the trappings of institutional power. And the problem is, like, institutions have never been this strong ever in all of human history, not even remotely. Like, the modern day Democratic Party is 10 trillion times more like durable to change or like resilient to erosion than, I don't know, like the Roman emperor, right? There never before has there been any set of systems this like rigid and strong. You know, I mean, think of everything we've weathered in the recent history that has not toppled the global order, right? So I think that, like, unfortunately, any dream of operating entirely outside those sort of streams of power is kind of like delusional, naive, and sort of self-defeating. It's anemic, basically. But for the most part, I probably agree with anarchists on like most of the stuff they say, and certainly more so than like any other broad political group, you know? Okay. Now, how do we, okay. Huh? Yeah, see the structure, huh? We get the structure like that? Yeah, okay, yeah. So up next is anarcho-primitivism. Okay? And this is kind of like a meme ideology. It's basically like, what if we got rid of everyone's glasses and we all sort of like revert back to a pre-industrial revolution, or maybe even further back, like pre-agricultural time. And this is kind of like a joke. I think that anarcho-primitivism as a described ideology is a joke, but I think people's prescriptive beliefs often end up kind of leading to anarcho-primitivism without them knowing it, if that makes any sense. Like, people will start to make arguments about how, like, in order to challenge these hierarchical systems, we need to do away with things like, you know, a hierarchical organization or markets or like trade, and eventually you kind of start stripping away all the social artifices that allow modern society to exist. And the inevitable outcome of this is that you would then produce kind of like a comedically primitive system in which modern technology couldn't flourish or thrive, because modern technology, modern society relies on like really complicated trade systems, you know, like supply lines that extend across the globe multiple times over. And if you're not careful about how you critique or deconstruct those, you end up sort of tearing apart like the foundations of the ability to live in the modern world, if that makes sense. Next, oh wait, I gotta, there we go. I can't forget that. That's very, very, very important. Okay, that's very important. Up next is anarcho-syndicalism. And anarcho-syndicalism is basically just like a model of anarchism in which power is fronted through like the syndicate, like a kind of mega union, you know? I think that anarcho-syndicalism is something that I've repped in the past because it overlaps very heavily with the market socialist line of thinking, which I'm almost positive market socialism is going to be, you know, is going to come up in the future in this document. So yeah, it's just, you can control F and find that if you want. But like, I at the end of the day, like from a Marxist perspective, which not all anarchists would agree with, right? Obviously, systems of power are very, very, very heavily intertwined with the way in which we interact with the economy. Who produces what, to whom it goes, who manages that production, who technically controls it. And to that extent, I think that like we have to understand the building of political power as in large part an economic project, which is one of the reasons why historically some of the most politically influential groups in any country have been like unions or the working class operating in their capacity to sell their labor, right? Like in their ability to engage in a strike or in their ability to deny the upkeep of certain like critical services. To that extent, anarcho-syndicalism seems like a good road. You know what I mean? Good road. Good vroom. Good vroom. Okay? God, I remember that time. I remembered. Okay. So now monarchism. Monarchism is another ideology that's kind of like a meme ideology these days. There do seem to be people who unironically believe it. There's also a distinction between people who like actually believe in monarchy and people who like the idea of like, I don't know, the British crown because it makes England seem more magical or whatever. I don't know. To the extent that it's an actual political force, monarchy is a really dumb one. You don't have to be like a massive student of history to understand what the problems with monarchy are. The biggest of them being that like most monarchs historically have been massive dipshits. In a materialist sense, right? People's interests and beliefs are informed by their relationship to power. People who are born into power are the ones most likely to have no idea what it is like to be a member of the working class or what it is like to live their life or what needs to be done to them or for them to make their lives better. And most monarchists don't care about this. I think most monarchists genuinely are like just LARPing 14-year-olds who really like the idea of a guy wearing a really big gold crown while they pass laws that the person who is a monarchist already agrees with. I don't think they actually agree with like monarchy. I think they just like authoritarianism and a strong man who does what they say. But if they think a monarchy is a good way to bring that about, then I don't know. Like to be honest, to me, like monarchists just feel like stupider fascists. Maybe like civility pilled fascists, like institutionalized fascists, you know, like we want all of the political outcomes of fascism, but we don't like the idea of it being some brutish strongman. We want it to be some like regal, refined guy who looks like Timothy Chalamet with a big crown or whatever, you know, like, so I don't know. It's very dumb. It's very like aesthetics based, right? Like, nah. We're going to add a bunch of views to this video, this Factorio Research complete sound effect video. Aristocracy. Another like ideology that nobody really reps at the face of things now, like the idea of society being more or less run by a group of elites who share a kind of social class and operate in their own circles, basically like England in a lot of ways. I don't think anyone like positively advocates for aristocracy. I think that in a lot of cases aristocracy is just a consequence of other political systems that people advocate for, you know. Aristocracy very specifically refers to like a kind of like landed elite, like a very specific kind of elite. It doesn't just mean like an oligarchy, for example. But, you know, again, these aren't systems that people openly advocate for. Nice. Constitutional monarchy. So this is how monarchies exist, I guess, today in a functional sense, outside of, some particularly shithole countries. Basically, like, we're the idea of like a constitutional monarchy, of like the Magna Carta or whatever, the imposition of civil law as something that exists in a greater way than the monarchy itself. This is kind of like the beginning of liberalism in a way, in that you have a political elite, the monarchy, being made subject to a sort of all-encroaching system or set of rules that's meant to expand power beyond the individual and towards the institution. In a way, it's a kind of like proto-liberal thought. I mean, I think monarchy is pretty dumb, but if you're going to do it, you're probably going to want a constitution, so that if the like water-brained half-son of the monarch takes power in a coup, he doesn't then immediately order all blonde people executed. Listen, okay? Read history. Monarchs are wacky, wacky people. Very wacky people, very, very wacky. Next up is parliamentary systems, and I think that there are probably some benefits to a parliament over the system that we have with a presidential system to an extent. I don't necessarily know if I prefer one to the other. I think that parliamentary systems might lend themselves a little bit better to ranked choice voting or any other kind of like non-first past the post system, because the way it's spread out makes it a little bit easier, I guess, to set the math out on that, rather than just having like, I don't know, 5 presidential candidates that are sort of voted on all across the nation, in addition to all the legislators. With that being said, I don't really have like a horse in this race to just choose a random turn of phrase. I don't particularly care, I guess. It seems to me like all the problems that you see in presidential systems are manifest in parliamentary ones as well, and vice versa. Like they're pretty parallel. They tend to do like the same things, Up next is constitutional republics, which, I guess would mean like the like a republican system in the classical sense, with like bound by a constitution, which is a pretty broad term now. Encompasses the United States, certainly. I don't have an issue with a constitution as a concept. Like, it seems pretty useful in a lot of ways to have an ultimate legal document. The main problem that I have is with the American Constitution, because it fucking sucks and it's stupid. The American Constitution was written to be a living document, which in function means that everything is so vaguely written that its interpretation is arbitrarily determined by whatever group of high priests, the Supreme Court, you have at the time, and they can just do whatever they want. Basically, the only limitations on their ability to interpret the Constitution seem to be like how much shame they feel. Like how shameful would it be for them to so obviously and in such a partisan sense interpret the Constitution in this way or another. And sometimes they have very, 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 very little shame, and that kind of sucks. So, constitutions I think are good. It's just like, yeah, I don't know, guys. I feel like you have to not use the same one for 250 years. I feel like you shouldn't do that. I think you should update it. I think you should rewrite it like pretty often, like every few decades. Socialism. Socialism is good. That's by thought. No. Socialism is important because democracy is important. There are a number of there are qualitative and quantitative ways that we can describe the importance of democracy, the way it makes people's lives better. A flawed system, sure, but the least flawed we've tried, blah, blah. We've all heard the quote, right? Now, the problem is that in a traditional bourgeois democracy, we have democracy in one sort of axis of power, which is the political, the governmental, and even then, not very much, we don't have a very democratic system in that sense here in the United States. But we don't have that democracy in the economic sense. A massive amount of power and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars are held in the arms of an impossibly well-organized economic ruling class that make a significant number of political decisions every day in every country in the world, all the time. And to them, we have nothing. We have no power over their behavior at all. And that is because corporations are autocracies. If you work in a corporation, that doesn't give you any power at all whatsoever. Now, of course, the government can nominally regulate corporations. The problem with that, of course, is that in a system where you can motivate people's voting decisions with money to purchase advertisements, the wealthy have the ability to motivate the interests of both the political class through lobbying, which is legal bribery, essentially, in a lot of ways, and the broader population through like advertising, or say, to pick an example from like, I don't know, Murdoch, you could, I don't know, buy a bunch of multimedia companies and just control the discourse in multiple countries all the time. You know, you could be like Elon Musk and buy a social media company and just completely control it, you know? And that influences how people vote, that influences how people behave, and then you can get the politicians to act in your interest. All of this can be solved, or at least largely solved, with the introduction of economic democracy. That is to say, if you, the systems of economic power, of control, should not be left as autocracies as they are with the owners, the shareholders, but rather it should be controlled collectively by the workers. You know, this is like very basic, like socialism 101. You know, if this is done in a market economy, this is referred to as market socialism, which isn't true socialism because you still have a market, but it's still a hell of a lot better than bourgeois democracy, which is what we have now. And yeah, I don't know. I think socialism is good. You know, yeah, unions are important, but they don't fix this problem fundamentally. Unions are a band-aid solution, really. Unions are able to advocate for the rights of the workers within the company, but they don't address the broader imbalance and the control the bourgeoisie have. I still don't understand what worker sees the means of production would entail. Well, thankfully for you, I do have like 8 videos on market socialism that I strongly recommend you take a look at. And it seems like a very big, like, I don't know, kind of overwhelming thought at first, I think. But if you look at the way these systems work structurally, first of all, none of these are like innate, right? They're constructed. The rules that were built to allow for the system as it exists now to exist, it was done deliberately. And there are things you can do to break it up, you know, make it better for the people. So, you know, I think that's good. I think that's neat. Libertarian socialism or democratic socialism. I don't like these terms unless I'm using them in a kind of rhetorical way, like I'm trying to bait discourse, because in my mind, socialism is innately libertarian and democratic. If socialism isn't democratic, it is autocratic, and then it can't be proletarian. How could something be both autocratic and controlled by the proletariat? Not possible. Marxist-Leninist seething. Likewise with libertarian socialism. Libertarianism was originally a socialist ideology, coined by socialists, used by socialists. Maximizing liberty is what socialists historically have cared about most. It was co-opted by capitalists. So, what are you going to do, you know? Up next is democracy, which is good. It's good. Sorry, it's good. The average voter might be a dumb fuck, but you know, at the end of the day, there is, as I said before, plenty of qualitative and quantitative evidence to indicate that at the end of the day, it's just good for people to have a say in the behavior of the government that controls them. Just, it's that simple, really. It's not, like, you can't if, and, or but. There's no two ways about it. It's that simple. The people are very dumb, but you can make the people smarter. You know, most of the reason why the people are dumb isn't like an accident. It's not an innate feature of being a human, kind of. A large part of it is just the fact that they are constantly bombarded with media that misinforms them, and the reason they're misinformed is because it is to the interests of the ruling class that they are misinformed, you know? People don't develop... Americans don't not believe in climate change as a coincidence, you know? The surprising frequency of climate change disbelief in America is not an accident. It is a product of billions of dollars being poured into media conglomerates, which sow disinformation to the benefit of fossil fuel companies. You know, like, it's not an accident. Democracy is much more functional if you don't leave its information apparatus in the hands of people who hate you and don't have your interests at heart. Up next is communism, stateless, classless society. I'm in a difficult shot here because I think communism is a really nice thing to aim for. I think that's a good thing to work towards. A system that has never, by the way, existed. I know you've heard that one before, but it's true. The problem is that almost every person online that I meet who calls themselves a communist is in fact not a communist, not even a little bit, not even remotely. So it's one of those things where I like the underlying idea, but the people who constructed it are rolling in their graves at its use case. And yeah, I don't know. I usually use the term socialist just because socialism is conceivable and achievable, if not in our lifetime, then a reasonable number of lifetimes. What do you need then, right? Decommodification of the economy, that's one part of it, and a proletarian society, controlled, a dictatorship of the proletariat. That's what that means, a worker-controlled society. This is doable, right? Within a reasonable length of time. A stateless, classless society, i.e. communism, that's much more esoteric, much more out there. There's a reason why Marx didn't really distinguish between socialism and communism the way people do today, you call it higher order and lower order communism. And a lot of that is just because, this is waffling, this is dumb bullshit, right? Do the good that you can in your life, work towards the aims you think are justified. Past a certain point, the insistence on labeling, especially for relatively esoteric and untested political ideologies, kind of counterproductive. Do good things. That's no philosopher has ever come up with a better argument than that. They try, philosophy students, they try and they try. Have they come up with anything better yet? No, they haven't. They're not smarter than me. They haven't come up with anything better yet. Okay? Nope. All right. Up next, we have authoritarianism. It's bad. The only kind of legitimate authoritarianism is a sort of selective technocracy. For example, the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, the portion of the administrative state of the United States, of the executive branch. I am glad the decisions that come from the CDC are made by doctors and experts and not elected politicians. Can you imagine the Senate debating on the specific health protocols in response to a specific disease? God no. God no. The posturing and the political grandstanding would get in the way of the bureaucratic work. And bureaucracies are, after all, how civilizations thrive. I'm sorry, it sucks, but they are. That is how it is. Everything good in life is built on the back of people with a 9-to-5 who work maybe 2 hours a day, and who file everything in triplicate. That is how life is. The Chinese learned this 4,000 years ago, and a big part of becoming an adult is realizing they were right, and we just need to get over that fact and live with bureaucracy. That's life. So that's the only legitimate kind of authoritarianism. Apart from that, suck my dick. Up next, we have dictatorships, which is a very specific kind of authoritarianism. Suck my dick. Up next, we have historical fascism versus contemporary fascism. This is an interesting topic because historical fascists, the fascists who were around during the sort of conceptualization of the ideology, were a lot more focused on the nation state and national cohesion and a lot less focused on racialization. Basically, the idea then was that the nation state was a relatively new idea, and people wanted to, for the good of the nation, wanted to subsume the private life within the public, to make people's lives those of the state, to make the state an engine that contained within it, as gears and cogs and nails and bolts, the individuals who worked within it. And this is a kind of authoritarianism. It's a kind of militant authoritarianism. I think it's a very cucked ideology. The problem is that the zest and flair of the nation state as a machine which must consume you didn't really last that long. And it turns out that in the long run, the most effective way to get people to die for the state is to convince them that their wife is being fucked by a black man. Hence, contemporary fascism, which is built almost entirely on racial cuckoldry, lolicon, and, Jesus, I don't know, Twitter these days. Historical fascism couldn't exist in its own state as it was for very long because the social conditions which are created to develop that hysteria and that nation state drive. They don't, like, you can't sustain that just with like for Germania, you know, for Britannia. Like that's how it used to be, right? Like how do you make a British fascist circa 1912? Well, you show them like grainy photographs or romantic paintings of people in very tall hats like stomping on all of India, and you go like, ah yes, of course, the nation state to whom I give my life. But nowadays, like, people don't really care about the nation that much. Like, I'll say this, okay? Modern day fascists, I ask you, okay? Do American fascists and Nazis care about America, the nation? Not really. They care about white people. It's a race thing. Likewise, go over to fascists in Western Europe, right? So you have British people, French people, Spanish people, Germans. Do they care about their individual nations? Some of them do, because there's, I think, a little bit more selective nationalism in Europe. But for the most part, I think they care about white people, which is why all of them freak out over the same shit. They all sound the same, you know? All these fascists would have been fighting with each other 100 years ago, but now they're all united in their terror of Syrian refugees, you know? DEI, le wokism. I think that I think that like the nation state as a concept doesn't even really exist anymore. Like even the term ethno-nationalism doesn't really make any sense anymore, right? Like white nationalists want a white nation, not an ethnically pure nation. What does that even mean in America? There are white people from like Canada. There are white Mexicans. There are white like Brazilians who come up. There are white European. Like, it's not one ethnicity. We're talking about dozens and dozens of nations and cultures. So we're not talking ethnicity. We're just talking race, right? We're talking like racialists, really, not even ethnostates. I mean, hell, even Israel, which I call an ethnostate because it's sort of colloquially useful as a term, isn't really. Israel is made up of a bunch of different ethnic groups that they have pulled from all over the world to form a kind of like Judeo-fascist state, right? But it's not about the ethnicity, even though there are trends of white supremacy in Israel, because even then, the white supremacy is split among different groups of white Jewish people. It's a whole mess. Basically, historical fascism existed in but a moment in time, okay? The glory of Britannia is temporary. The terror of your white wife being fucking a black man is forever. And hence, contemporary fascism, which is entirely about fear of your wife being fucked, if you have one. If you don't, then it's about fear of never having a wife. That is forever. Up next, we have Marxism, Marxism-Leninism, and Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. So Marxism-Leninism and Marxism-Leninism-Maoism aren't real ideologies. They are corruptions of Marxism that were employed by the states of the Soviet Union and China to subsume Marxist critique of power into a state doctrine that they would use then to indoctrinate their population into subservience to the state. It is that simple. There's nothing else. Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism don't exist. The greatest extent to which like you can see these ideologies in practice is people on Twitter claiming to be communists and acting identical to fascists. So that's the most you're going to get from that. Marxism is cool. Marx was a pretty smart guy, you know? I don't agree with everything he said. I'm not a materialist for... Oh, sorry, no. I am a materialist. I'm not a modernist, for one. You know, I think that's kind of like a gaping flaw in the system there. But, you know, postmodernism wouldn't be a thing for a while. The Frankfurt School hadn't invented good philosophy yet. So, yeah, I think Marxism is cool. Very nice. Up next, we have federalism. I don't think there's much to say about this because federalism is kind of like, in the American context versus sort of the way it's employed broadly, you know, like you have a bunch of states broken up within a nation. I don't really care, I guess, about federalism as like in itself, like as a concept. I do agree with the concerns of the Federalists in early American history because I do think that in the same way that I think the United Nations should have more power than it does now. I do think that generally speaking, you get better outcomes from like like a strong federal government kind of uniting the interests of a bunch of different states than you would from having this sort of like anti-federalist pastoral, you know, like every state is their own nation basically kind of thing. Not really a huge fan of that concept. So yeah. Oligarchy. Oligarchy, very much like aristocracy, is one of those things nobody would ever be caught dead admitting to liking, but it's also a thing that tends to happen pretty often. Oligarchy, we live in an oligarchy, but some oligarchies are more oligarchy than others, you know? Like Russia would be an example of kind of a true oligarchy, where a massive amount of political power is held just by like industries being split up and owned by people. Their wealth and their access to power through the capital they own is just like the effectively a kind of like de facto government. Under capitalism, oligarchy to some extent or another is completely inevitable. You can legislate against it, but you're fighting uphill. You're swimming against the tide. The oligarchs are stronger than you are. So, yeah, I don't know. Oligarchy is pretty bad. It's also probably pretty unavoidable, even in a good system. Even in socialism, if it wouldn't be like economic power, you would functionally have like social control being disproportionately accumulated by some. It's just a human problem. It's a problem with government. But you should try to minimize it as much as possible, like hierarchy in general. You know, you should try to minimize it. And last, we have confederation, which is a very, very, very broad term. This doesn't refer to the Confederacy, it's you know, the American South itself, but rather just like the concept of confederation, which I think that people should work together. That's my idea on the subject. You know, that's my proposition. You know, I want people to get along. This is how I feel. You know, confederate and be friendly. It's what that's my take on the matter. Okay, up next, we have the socialism subsection. We're going to be here for a while, folks. So I sure hope you like socialism, okay? Liberals out, is what I'm saying. So some of these I actually have covered, and I will then refer to the earlier section as necessary, because, again, people can cross-reference as they need to. So the first one is socialism versus communism differences. And this is something that I talked about in my... when I talked about the communism, the topic earlier. So that one is covered, and I am going to hit the sound. Why socialism over other systems? I think democracy has a good track record. I think that democracy has done a lot of good for the average person in countries that are democratic. Even countries that kind of suck have largely benefited from democracy to the extent that they have at all, you know? And I think that following those that argument, following that logic, you could reasonably infer, and I think there's plenty of evidence in this case, that democracy should be expanded beyond just the purely political realm and towards the economic as well. I think this would benefit people enormously on average, because a lot of the trouble that we have in managing our democracy stems from the fact that the bourgeoisie, the economic ruling class, have an ungodly amount of power in the construction and spread of misinformation, in the influence of politicians. Here's a good example, you know, if a person owns a bunch of companies, or even just one very important company, they have an enormous amount of control over policy because they can just do what they want. If, for example, a corporation wants tax breaks in the state that they work in, they can ask for them, and their ask is pretty compelling, because if they leave the state, the governor and the senators from that state and the Congress people from that state are aware of the fact that they could potentially lose tens of thousands of jobs at the plants within their state. It is politically incentivized for them to do everything they can to appeal to the interests of the corporate owners. And this leads to a kind of race to the bottom where everyone is desperate to make things as easy as possible for the business owners, for the bourgeoisie, because if they don't, they might suffer the consequences. This is ludicrous. This is ridiculous. The idea of a country of 350 million people being bent over backwards to entertain the financial interests of a very, very, very small elite upper crust of an elite upper crust, just silly, just silly, just silly. Why has socialism never been successful when tried? Because it's really hard. So Marx talked about this. Socialism can't just happen on its own. Modern day supply lines and trade routes and the systems that we use to maintain a modern economy are interconnected to a degree that not even Marx could have foreseen, right? To a degree that is so complicated that no single human understands the entire system, right? We're talking about knowledge that is so vast that it's broken up across individuals and corporations and trade advisors and politicians and blah, blah, everywhere, For that reason, it's very, very, very difficult to do something as globally disruptive as become socialist without tangling and breaking these systems. I think that any movement to socialism in a first world nation is going to need to be done very carefully, because if you don't, you could end up incurring, both through malice and through genuine incompetence, a lot of economic turmoil that will negatively incline the citizens who would otherwise be on board with socialism against you. You really don't want to lose the mandate of the masses there. And this has happened a lot. And if you're a smaller country attempting socialism, you might get cooed by the CIA. Reductive answer, but also true, One of those cliched lefty answers well, why hasn't socialism ever been successful? Well, the CIA did that. But that is true, though. That is actually a huge part of it. To this day, the current political turmoil in many parts of Central America, Latin America, Southeast Asia, the Middle East are very much a product of us not wanting political leaders in those regions to nationalize their oil or sort of democratize their economy or even exist as a democratic or socialist leaning state. We did a lot there. So that does influence it. It creates a chilling effect, which makes it harder for nations in the future. Do you know how terrifying it must be? The idea of being a socialist leader in a poor nation and thinking I'm going to do some stuff the American government's not going to like. We still do this to this day. Look at our relationship with Cuba. We're still embargoing them. Venezuela? Yeah. In short, it's difficult. Socialism is difficult to construct. Good things are difficult to construct, It's not like liberalism instantly took root when it was sort of conceptualized in the Enlightenment, right? It wasn't like people snapped their fingers and immediately liberalism took root, A lot of wacky stuff happened after the Enlightenment, from Napoleon, emperor, right, to numerous revolutions, monarchies, dictatorships. It's in the long arc of history, I think that people will more and more so favor what democracy in both a political and economic sense can offer them. And I hope that trend continues. Oh. Talk about failed communist countries, why they aren't really communist or socialist. Okay, contentious. USSR. Well, the USSR never even described itself as communist. They said they were building communism, but flatly, they were never a democracy. The best they had was a kind of limited party democracy where a political elite were allowed to make decisions. The political elite were sometimes pulled from the working class, but that doesn't mean it's actually democratic or representative. In reality, the USSR just was not an open or free system. As it grew more open and free, the internal contradictions, its inability to maintain a decent standard of living for the majority of its people, it falling behind the United States, these things would have been manageable, I think, had they been more democratic from the start. But as we can see now, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, there wasn't really much of a democratic civil society in the USSR. They almost immediately collapsed right back into autocracy with Vladimir Putin, right? Like, if it seems like the people of the Soviet states never really believed in democracy in the Soviet Union either. Like, even outside the sort of external perspective, the impression that I get from what I've seen them say, and from sort of the writings of the time, is that like nobody really thought of their government as representative, even nominally, right? So yeah, democracy is important. You should do that. Up next is China. China is also not democratic. Not only is China not democratic, it's not even like remotely economically socialist. The USSR was, in a lot of ways. A lot of the stuff the USSR did was economically going in the right direction. China is in literally no way socialist at all. It has a rampaging free market economy. It is it's not even nominally democratic, right? Like the CCP chooses the candidates that are voted for. So how could you ever challenge it? They shut down unions that aren't a part of the one good union. Now, China's just like definitionally not socialist. It's moving away from socialism right now. You know, it was never there, and it's still finding a way to go further from it. Cuba. I have a soft spot for Cuba, man. The Cuba, like the ousting of Batista, the Cuban Revolution, like there's a lot of like real honest to God, like red beating heart shit there, some like genuine, honest, earnest goodness. I think the Cuban government has done a poor job living up to the revolutionary standards of its predecessor. But at the same time, like, I think that Cuba represents a kind of earnestness and a kind of tenacity that should be admired by socialists all around the world. For Cuba to still exist in the form that it does, despite being like 5 miles off the coast of the United States, basically, like you could throw a rock from the southern beaches of Florida and hit Cuba, and somehow, in spite of that, Cuba persists as and the embargo as well, and they still persist, and they continue, and they haven't collapsed in the way that so many other nations would. And I think that a lot of that is because of the revolutionary spirit of the people there. I think a lot of them believe in themselves as a vanguard of an older world order, sort of like a remnant of the Cold War that is held together. Yeah, from refusing to be a banana republic, basically, right? Like in any other situation, you would expect Cuba to just collapse and sort of be subject to eternal turmoil, like Haiti, or you would expect them to do like the Venezuela route and just be like an open military dictatorship with no pretense of democracy, constantly failing and collapsing and embarrassing itself. I think there's a quiet dignity in Cuba. And I really, really, really hope that they do more inspirational work in the future, which they still do to a large extent, of course, because their doctoral programs, them training doctors, sending them around the world, like very inspiring for a country with so little to do that is very impressive. Is it actually democratic though? Not fully. It's not fully authoritarian. It's not like China level or whatever. It's not totalitarian at all. But my understanding is that they have a more robust democratic civil society there than you would expect from just a flat description of its government, if that makes any sense. Up next is Vietnam. Vietnam is not even nominally socialist. They have a free market economy, and their people love the free market, and they love the United States, which is wild considering what we did to them. Honestly, I feel pretty bad about that. And then there's North Korea. And North Korea is not there might be some economic elements of North Korea that trend towards socialism, at least in the sense of a kind of selective decommodification, but it is effectively like a totalitarian hereditary monarchy with absolutely no pretense towards democracy, not even a little bit. It is the opposite of democratic. It would be difficult to be less democratic. So yeah, that's not good. Yeah, not good. Okay, and that was talking about failed communist countries. How do we promote socialism in the United States? I think the best way of doing this is through unionization. We've had a big kick up in union advocacy and labor rights over the past 2.5 years. I think that the momentum from that is very positive. I think people are very economically dispossessed right now, both in reality and in their imagination, which, as it turns out, is often the more important of the two when it comes to political movements. And I think that, that is a sort of an angle from which socialists can say, hey, maybe it's not just your boss, maybe it's bosses. Maybe it's not just our politicians being incompetent or callous. Maybe it's that they don't serve your interests. You can make arguments that are more systemic, more structural, and I think that that's what you want to do. But always make sure you want to tie your arguments, your advocacy, to where people are at. Don't just go up to some Joe Schmo on the street and be like, Marx is the best, the dictatorship of the proletariat, bring the war home, we have nothing to lose but our chains, blah, blah. Adopt the language and the interests of the people that you talk to. This is like very, 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 very basic marketing stuff, like you want people to follow you along, sell it to them. I know we don't like capitalism here, but Jesus, we want the proletariat to understand why these ideas are good. We don't want them to just follow them blindly like dogma, We want people to understand why this is good, and that involves reaching them at their level. Basic stuff, basic populism. How do we promote socialism globally? Well, if by we mean America, I or like Americans, I'm not really sure. You're sort of locked in the country. In an international sense, I think the best thing that we can do is promote causes that sort of advance our interest, either directly or indirectly, and are in line with the interests of the American people. For example, the Palestinians, right? Palestine isn't like a socialist state to the extent that it exists at all. It's not like Palestinians are like an embargoed or assaulted socialist population, but support for them is also sort of support for a more humane Middle East, opposition to American and Israeli hegemony in the area. There are like broader interwoven interests there. I think that we should support, positive democratic and progressive causes around the world, and when we get the chance to, radical ones like Rojava or there are so few like functional ones. You can dig up like the Zapatistas from the crypt if you want, but like in terms of what's actively going on right now, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough, Keep your ear to the ground though. It's impossible to follow everything going on internationally, but you want to at least try to follow along. It's like what Michael Brooks would always say, it's sort of like you live in the country that you live in, but your consciousness as a socialist is informed by the actions and hopes of leftists the world around. And even if you're not there for those struggles directly, you can still learn from them and be inspired by them. So that's good. Where is the revolution? The revolution is in your heart and in everyone's heart. Do you support political violence to achieve socialism? I don't really like this question, though I appreciate being phrased this way, because this is how it is normally phrased in common parlance. Because political violence is a necessary fact of all systems that have ever existed. The police, who enforce the law, enact violence to get you to do the things that have been agreed upon to be in the interest of the state and, at least nominally, the people who vote in the representatives of the state. Politics is violence. The whole point of politics is the distribution of force, will, and power. If people allocate that power in a given way, and then other people want it allocated a different way because they'll get hurt less by that other formation of power, the deprivation of that power from them, that is a kind of violence. For example, who decides whether or not the American budget should be allocated towards, say, military development or towards healthcare for sickly mothers? And if a person chooses the military development purely because they have a private, personal, financial relationship with a contractor, is that, and as a consequence of that, there's no Medicare for the sickly mothers and a bunch of them die, is that not violence against the sickly mothers? Right? If people are made to starve because of bad policy, but then they're arrested or beaten or killed by the police when they steal bread to survive, is that not political violence? Political violence is omnipresent. The question is the violence good, bad, justified, whatever? Sometimes political violence is justified. I'm a supporter of the American Revolution. I'm a believer, for example, that the police have a right to engage in a number of violent behaviors if it means they get to stop other behaviors that are also violent. I think it's okay for cops, for example, to stop, apprehend, or if necessary, even shoot people who are like doing a murder or attacking like free, driving a car through a republic or whatever, yeah, these are all forms of political violence, right? And there are many forms of political violence that people are okay with in retrospect, right? But that feel kind of weird today. For example, you all do know that the American Revolutionary War wasn't just like all of the British loyalist troops and all the American patriots lined up on either sides of a football field and all sort of charged at each other, right? Wasn't the American Revolutionary War something like 7 years of intense guerrilla warfare that involved the death of a lot of civilians? Like people were getting like pulled from their houses and dropped into ditches. Like associates with the crown were getting murked. A lot of those individual actions were probably not morally great at the time or now in retrospect, but we can look back at the entire event and go, okay, war is hell, but I'm glad America won. I'm glad we're not still a British colony. We'd probably feel the same way about a bunch of different revolutionary causes, right? Like, say, for example, the liberation of India or, a bunch of nations throughout Latin America or Africa or Southeast Asia, depending on where you are politically. The point that I'm getting at the end of the day is that there is a heavy pressure in the discourse to sort of condemn political violence, but I think the knee-jerk urge to condemn it sort of makes you wrong by default because you are accepting the false premise that political violence is like a nasty thing that only you want to do when you break up the status quo. The status quo, maintaining the order, is also support of political violence. It's not avoidable. Literally, there is no ideology, no politician, nothing and nobody which escapes this dynamic. That's politics. And this is understanding this is part of being an adult. Like getting this, knowing this is important to being like a mature political actor. Sometimes people will hide behind it by pretending that by using the law as a proxy for violence, that it makes it no longer violence, which is just horseshit, just moral cowardice of the greatest possible degree. So don't fall for it. Don't get baited into this like status quo means peace, change means violence dichotomy. Understand that everything involves violence. And then the step two, right? The step two is to think, okay, so what is justifiable? That's important. I'm wondering if Voss should have hid chat for this. No, anyone who watches my videos already knows you guys are dumb. State capitalism versus socialism. Well, socialism is good and state capitalism is bad. So state capitalism is like a derogatory term that's been applied to nations like the USSR. The basic idea, and to elements of China, for example, though they've liberalized more in sort of like recent decades, the basic idea being that sometimes a nation doesn't lean towards socialism economically, that is to say, allocating economic power to the working class, but rather they simply do capitalism with a like distinct owning class, but the distinct owning class is also the state, right? To an extent, this is how the Soviet Union operated. If you were a random factory worker, you didn't have like control over your factory. You and the other workers in your factory didn't like collectively decide what to do with the factory. The factory was owned by the state, and the state set the quotas, you know? In effect, the USSR consolidated the bourgeoisie and the political aristocracy, though aristocracy isn't the right term, of course, because a lot of these people were pulled from like every element of society, consolidated the bourgeoisie and the political ruling class into a single group, right? The Soviet Communist Party. And as a consequence of that, you know, you didn't really get worker control. You just had like your boss was like also the local provincial political leader, if that makes any sense. Not great. Not great. Not a good system, as it turns out. You don't construct a dictatorship of the proletariat by just making your political elite also the runners of the factory. Just no. There were some individual economic things that were done in the USSR that were good, like their attitude towards renting costs or whatever else. But again, their selective decommodification didn't give power to the working class. This is a democracy thing. Democracy is hard. Democracy is difficult. Campism and what is a tankie? Well, campism means that your ideology is mostly just being in favor of or opposed to some given country or cause without like much principles beside. In practice, what I mostly mean when I say somebody's a campist is they don't really have like an ideology. They just hate the United States. Don't get me wrong. Hating the US is okay. But you should have an ideology. You don't want to be like an unprincipled hater of the United States, because you know who was the enemy of the United States in like 1943? That's right! Adolf Hitler. So, you know, a totally unprincipled campus would have gone, you know, I wasn't a big fan of that Hitler guy, but he sure does hate the USA. Not great, right? Not great politics. So yeah, be careful with that. Now, to what extent do people like this exist? They do. That's right. There are people who unironically support Vladimir Putin, the Ayatollah, Kim Jong-il. Like there are a ton of objectively autocratic, terrible, anti-socialist world leaders all around the world that people will unironically defend while believing themselves to be leftists, because those nations and those leaders are not aligned with the United States. So yeah, it's pretty dumb. It's pretty bad. As for what a tankie is, that's also kind of a pejorative, which refers to this type of person. Though a tankie technically means a authoritarian so-called socialist. So an authoritarian who claims to be a socialist but isn't, whereas a campist is simply somebody whose politics are aligned around hatred of the United States, at least in this context. The term tankie came about during the attempted Hungarian independence from the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union responded by rolling in tanks. And in the Western world, this was like a big wake-up moment, because there were a bunch of Western leftists who before that thought that the Soviet Union was like the vanguard of communism, and then they saw them using like autocratic colonial tactics to suppress an independence movement, and they went, oh, that doesn't look good. And the people who would defend that were called tankies by, I believe, British leftists. I think that was a British leftist term. So, you know, not good. Be principled, guys. Class reductionism. So class reductionism is a very specific kind of, I see this a lot online, but I've seen it less lately. Class reductionism is basically the idea that the only real bigotry, the only real inequality out there, it's economic. Other stuff like racism, sexism, transphobia, not real issues. It's economics is the problem. Usually class reductionists are themselves racist, sexist, or whatever, and just don't mind those forms of bigotry. The most common version of this that I see is like a very specific kind of so-called socialist campist lefty who advocates for class equality but is politically reactionary and will align with right-wing movements if it involves any kind of social issue. And they also tend to be unprincipled on the economic stuff. So I think a lot of the time class reductionists are just right-wing populists who haven't caught up to the fact that they're not actually in favor of economic progressivism yet. Just my opinion. I don't see as much of these anymore, these like Red Scare types. Class consciousness. So class consciousness basically just means, in a Marxist sense, being aware of what your economic class is and what its interests are. The common line is that the bourgeoisie, the owning class, are very class conscious because they often coordinate and operate in tandem to protect their interests, even if the individual members of the bourgeoisie are often really stupid and don't know much about economics. Whereas the poor, or the proletariat, or the working class, or whatever nearly synchronous term you want to use colloquially, they tend not to have as much class consciousness, in large part because they consume media which is produced by the ruling class. Therefore, they are fed myths about themselves, like the myth of meritocracy, the belief that we live in a fair system and people get what they deserve. Those myths make them less class conscious because it pulls them away from the understanding that they have a distinct set of interests and that they're consuming media made by people from a different set of distinct interests, if that makes any sense. Up next, why do you think we should vote? As I said earlier in this massive rambling video of mine, we live in a era of very, very well-entrenched institutions, and I genuinely do not think that in the modern developed world there is any path to power or revolution that does not involve careful and selective sort of navigation through existing systems of power. Voting does not win the day. It doesn't like deliver all the outcomes that we want. But if we can obtain marginally better outcomes, or in some cases significantly better outcomes, through one candidate winning over another, then we should. A large part of this is also the fact that the voting populace, the proletariat, the citizenry, are often operating at this level. Like, this is the level of political engagement the average person is on, right? So if you want to meet people where they're at, if you want to convince people that they should be socialists or care about this or care about that, you know, then I strongly suggest that you meet them where they're at. And that often means doing cucky lib bullshit like voting, you know? Go out there to the polling booths, wear a little pin that says I voted, talk to people about how Hillary should have won in 2016 if you really can, if you think you're strong enough. Almost forgot. Doesn't matter if you vote for a third party, in the sense that you're denying a vote to a party that might actually win. Yes. In America today, third parties can't win. If we change first past the post or get a ranked choice voting system or something to that effect, maybe, but right now, no. I don't think that voting for a third party as a protest vote does much either. The laziness, abstinence, or disengagement of the electorate has never changed anything in this country. The ruling class does not mind if you show that you're mad. It does nothing. It is purely done, you know, if it makes you feel better, okay, but I don't think that the American political engine is going to, you know, quake in its boots at the thought of college students voting green or whatever. I don't think it does anything. Vote blue no matter who? I mean, I hate the phrase, but Democrats are better than Republicans in pretty much every single way. Like, I struggle to imagine a single issue in which Republicans consistently are better than Democrats. Like, genuinely, I can't think of one. Maybe like 99% of the time. I like, sometimes it's by significant amounts. When it comes to stuff like, say, gay and trans rights, you know, some racial issues, stuff on unions at the moment, huge difference. When it comes to treatment of the Palestinian people, not so much of a difference. But yeah, you know, the math works out either way. Democrats should win, Republicans should lose. Ideally, the Democrats would be better, or they would lose to an even better party. But, you know, don't look at me. I didn't make the world, I just live in it. Democrats should win, Republicans shouldn't, as long as those are the options. You know, you're sliding down a slide, all right? And there's two paths a slide can take, okay? And one of them has thumbtacks glued to you. You're going to slide over the thumbtacks, you know? And the other one, the other path you can take, there's a landmine. So I wish the thumbtacks weren't there. But there are two slide paths, and you can't go off the slide because it's over a marsh and there's alligators. Look, just... You'll survive the thumbtacks. Unless you're Palestinians, who in this example, I guess, are... They have some sort of medical condition where if they hit the thumbtacks, they die anyway. You know, but they die to the landmine. All right. Nice. There we go. Very motivated. Yeah, they got hemophilia. All right. Very good. Does voting actually change anything? Yeah, it does. Yeah, 100%, it does. Voting doesn't change enough, but keep in mind that the scale of change that leftists, especially revolutionary leftists, want is massive, and the potential for change within an institution is relatively slow and small. So does change happen? Yes. The difference between a Republican and Democratic presidency is colossal. If you want a really clear example of this in a different country, look at what the United Kingdom has been like since the Tories took charge. Look at every single negative graph going up since the Tories took charge, you know? Like, if the Tories hadn't won, hundreds of thousands more British children would go to sleep with full stomachs every night. And yet, that's not the world we live in, you know? There are material consequences to the bad people winning the vote, even outside the more extreme stuff, like, I don't know, the persistent Republican effort to destroy democracy and institute a theocratic autocracy, which they're like openly talking about doing, you know, like not even like remotely subtle. Yeah, exactly. Good luck getting labor organizing done under a complete Republican, like three wings of the government own. Control. Yeah, it's important. Thoughts on mutual aid? Mutual aid is great, but mutual aid, let's be real here, is basically just the woke lefty term for charity. Charity is good, but it's no replacement for systemic power. No amount of mutual aid can, build a hospital. No amount of mutual aid can change local law with regards to police treatment of the homeless. Mutual aid is a critical step in building local power, but one of the things people doing mutual aid should try to do is use it as a way to build connections that allow them to operate politically at a higher level, right? So, for example, mutual aid can allow you to spread the food around, spread, like basic medicine, whatever you need, like in a community. But now that you have that community, could you not go to town hall and cause a fuss? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe you could. That'd be pretty cool. Some of the most powerful and influential people in a city are the lunatic local advocates who are out there at the town hall every day pestering local government officials. You know, they are remarkably powerful. It's extraordinary how much they can get done, you know? Really, really impressive stuff. Volunteering and charity. Oh, I kind of touched on that with the mutual aid one. Volunteering is good because it's good to do good things. Again, philosophers can't top me. Charity, look, charity is good, but again, not a replacement for institutional reform. People who advocate for charity often do so at the expense of institutional reform. That's why one of the big lines for libertarians and right-wingers is, oh, we don't need social aid, we don't need any of this, we don't need, like, welfare, we'll do it through charity. No, we won't. Source proof, please. That's never happened ever. You know, the wretched underclass have never been uplifted from poverty because of charity. That's not how that works, you know? It's more efficient in an economic sense to do it at an institutional level anyway. But volunteering's good, you know? Get your chops in. Go on out there. I believe in you. Thoughts on fund socialism? Socialism? Is this meant to be socialism? What is fund socialism? Hold on. We're really going to come up on the, like, I didn't read this beforehand thing. I just typed in fun socialism. Matt Brunig, oh, I should know about this, advocates for a version of market socialism he calls funds socialism, which involves sovereign wealth funds acquiring share of private enterprise to nerd. All right. No, I'm kidding. Look, leaving aside the whole sovereign wealth fund thing, I don't really like the idea of trying to do socialism by buying out private enterprises. I feel like we might be constructing a kind of social democratic version of state capitalism if we go down that road that's still not worker controlled. I mean, you can decommodify it to an extent, but I don't know if it necessarily fixes these issues. It's probably better than what we have now. I don't know. I shouldn't be down on it. Can socialists own nice things like Hassan's car and house? Funny jokes aside, I genuinely don't give a shit if people who are economically progressive are also very wealthy. In a capitalist system, the ability to advocate for your position convincingly and to a large audience often coincides with the ability to make a large income. I don't expect socialists to live like ascetic monks where they're constantly being scrutinized for doing anything nice ever. I just don't care. I don't give a shit. I think questions like that are often to the detriment of the movement because it encourages every socialist to be constantly scrutinizing each other to make sure none of us like rise up too high. I don't give a shit, man. Get a billionaire socialist. I don't care. Have a guy inherit a billion, 2 billion, 5 billion bucks and be like, yeah, I'm a socialist, big time socialist. I'm going to use my money to like, I don't know, start up my own news agency. We're going to do big socialism, boys. And then there's like photos of him at a yacht, like motorboating some chick's massive fucking tits. I don't care. I do think, generally speaking, that you should avoid conspicuous consumption. I don't like the romanticization or the aestheticization of opulent wealth because that to me has always come across as a kind of it runs too close to like the Andrew Tate thing. What color is your Bugatti? I don't give a shit about Hassan's house. I didn't like Hassan's car. The car thing was like the house thing was like, okay, you live in West Hollywood, that's a nice house, you live there with your family. Okay, whatever. Yeah, you're very famous, you're popular. Have a nice house. I don't give a shit. The car thing to me felt like, what about my Bugatti? I don't really know. That might just be a vibe thing though, and I don't care that much. I don't care that much. Also, people often mistake this. Champagne socialism is not what this term is. Champagne socialism is when people occupy the like social upper crust and they advocate for socialism as an aesthetic, but in reality they're completely attached to like the opulence and comfort of their lifestyle to the extent that it compromises their advocacy. Now there are overlaps in these terms, but in this case that would mean like what if Hassan's car was so nice it made him stream less? I don't know what it I don't know. I that's it refers to like a different it refers to a different thing. Like champagne socialism refers to like a different kind of thing. I think that if anything a closer I was going to say Grimes for a sec, but I don't know if that's true actually. Champagne socialism I think is a term from an older age in a way. I think that champagne socialism better describes the like I don't know you'd have like academics and philanthropists who play at it in an aesthetic sense, but they don't, but only insofar as it advances their social interest, not in a way that might like meaningfully critique or challenge. Aren't we all champagne socialists? Really? I don't use an outhouse. Anyway, I really should get some alcohol for this, I feel. We're on to the next subsection. Worker co-ops and work-related things. I hate work, as anyone who watches my streams know. I'm starting to get tired from talking this long. I actually should get some alcohol soon. I wonder if I can bother Vermin. The booze, it's on its way, boys. All right. Is everyone enjoying this so far? I know that it's a little bit dry content-wise in terms of, like, delivery, and it's a lot of talking on my end, so, you know, there's that too. But it's nice to be comprehensive. We're only, like, 1/1000th through the document. Okay, let's go. Why is capitalism bad? I think that capitalism is bad for two main reasons. For one, I think that there are serious problems with the market economy being the default mode of economic engagement. I think that in addition to the kinds of externalities that you would hear about in, like, an economics class, I think that there are, like, fundamental underlying issues with competition as a default mode of economic engagement. And I think that there are things kind of detrimental to the human spirit about this way of organizing things, our relationship to commodities as they're produced, that sort of thing. You know, those critiques are extremely complicated, but I've talked about them at length in the past and will in the future. The second main thing, and the one that I harp on most, is democracy. Capitalism is economically autocratic. There is no democratic system that controls the behavior of corporations. Corporations exist as autocracies controlled by, well, a bunch of people in, like, managerial sense, but ultimately by the shareholders. And I think that as a consequence of that, a lot of social power is given to a very, 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 very tiny class of people whose main interests mostly seem to be making more money than they'll ever spend and pedophilia. And frankly, I just think that they could use less money and less pedophilia, and that we should have more economic democracy. What is a worker co-op? A worker co-op or worker cooperative is a type of company where the control of the company is sort of democratically managed by the workers. This can take a bunch of different forms. The most common one, as I understand it, the one that I seem to hear about the most, is that the manager is elected by the workers. So you can have, like, 12 people working there, and the manager, the person who sort of, like, makes the relevant decisions, is chosen by those people. I think that for the same reasons that democracy incentivizes good behavior sometimes in our elected officials, I think that the same effect takes place in worker cooperatives. Or I should say, I don't think that, I know that. Worker cooperatives exist in the real world. It's not like a hypothetical abstract. There's a lot of really good data on them. The best video on worker cooperatives and worker democracy, which is the broader subject, comes from Unlearning Economics, a YouTube channel I could not recommend more strongly. How do you start a worker co-op? That's a tough one. I mean, you can create one. You can attempt to turn an existing company into one. It kind of varies, you know? There are, like, specific types of corporate structures that you can file for with the government, is my understanding. I think that in a lot of ways, the current rules and restrictions and guidelines on the construction of a corporation are kind of, like, biased against worker democracies because they expect them to be autocratic, you know? So there's kind of a legal hurdle to that, though I imagine it varies in the state that you register the business in. I don't know. I've never started a worker co-op. You can do it, though. Go Google it, you. Woo! How do people get paid in a worker co-op? Same way they would in a regular company, I imagine. They could have a salary, which would be agreed upon at the time of hiring, or could be renegotiated based on collective agreements as people, you know, like, vote within the company to raise or lower their salaries as necessary. Again, none of this is hypothetical. Worker cooperatives exist. In fact, people in worker cooperatives have been shown in the data that I've seen that they're often willing to dynamically adjust their pay in a more rational way than a traditionally run company can. If the company falls on hard times, sometimes they'll all vote to lower their pay and keep going rather than to have to fire some individually or sort of just, like, weather the economic turmoil and suffer economically for it, because in an autocratically run company, you couldn't just quickly lower people's wages. The ability to allow people to make their own decisions and vote also allows them a lot more flexibility and willingness. I can tell you, if I worked for a company and that company said, hey, yo, we're going to have to lower your salary for a bit, fuck that, dude. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? But if I was in a worker cooperative and I knew the people I worked with and it was like, hey, listen, this is a rough period, like sale-wise, we can either fire this person or we can all lose like $1 an hour during our like pay time. What is it going to be? I would be willing to, at the very least, like talk about it, consider it. And I think the research shows that people are often willing to lower their pay in that instance, which shows, I think, a much more sociable dynamic there than in traditional corporations where people don't care about each other. How do people exercise democratic control in a worker co-op? Well, usually by voting in a manager, though sometimes you have a kind of direct democracy dynamic. Oh, could I have a second one? Oh, you meant later the second one. Gotcha. Because it's going to chill. It's not cold. Yeah, because it's got to chill first. Thank you. But yeah, it can be in any number of ways. Worker cooperatives aren't like one type of thing. They're just, you know, a worker-controlled company. Why does that little jingle play each time he does a new one? Does it? I don't know what that is, Punk Corpse. I have no idea. Weird. Would you still need to be in a union if you work at a worker co-op? In a true worker co-op, I think a union would be perfectly redundant. Like, I genuinely think that in such a system, a worker cooperative would completely negate the value of a union. But in practice, most worker cooperatives are not going to be perfectly democratic. And for that reason, a union wouldn't, like, hurt, you know? A union wouldn't be a bad idea. But I think that ideally, you would the functionality of a union should be folded perfectly into the corporate structure itself, right? Like that would be the goal, you know? Much in the same way that in a perfect democracy, you wouldn't want like a separate institution that exists to represent your interests. The democracy is the thing that represents your interests. It kind of like it concedes the idea that the democracy hasn't really been created. And you know, I think we should shoot for the stars if possible. But in the real world where things are messy, you know, you do what you can. What is that drink? Cider. At what size should a company be forced to transition from being privately owned to worker owned? So this is in line with my belief that it would be wonderful if the government should start compelling a democratic mandate for corporations. Basically, we're going to do democracy. We're not waiting for corporations to decide they want to, because they never will. We're going to impose it. I don't know exactly, because any decision that I make, any answer that I offer to this question is going to be arbitrary. Should it be at 5 employees, 10? What, you know, what annual income? The honest answer is that I don't know. I do know, however, that there are lots of government regulations that only kick in when your company reaches a certain size. When it comes to certain FDA standards, tax benefits, compliance with certain rules and regulations, those don't kick in until you hit an arbitrary either employee count or annual income. And we could easily do the same with the forced democratic mandate, you know? Like, what I mean to say is there is a precedent for a bureaucrat in Washington going, 10 employees sounds about right, and then just going with it. Should it be 9? Should it be 11? You know, I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Oh. Should privately owned startups even exist? They kind of have to, because a startup with 1 employee is privately owned. A perfectly democratic startup that has 1 employee is a privately owned startup, right? I don't think the government should like meddle in a 2-person startup. You know, I don't think that the revolutionary spirit of our ability to enact socialism is going to like hinge, live or die on whether or not 2 guys in a garage perfectly split their control 50-50, you know? I don't think we should get too in the weeds about it. There will always be inequality and unfairness. The goal with policy should be to take the broadest possible steps to fix the biggest possible problems in the simplest possible way with the least amount of money. That's the goal of policy. If you start getting really needly and in the weeds, past a point, like, you're actually going to cause yourself more trouble. There's always some exception, right? The big exception really would be contract workers. Contractors, that's where it all gets real dicey. Though the Biden administration's making it easier now. How do you want to incentivize people to continue to found startups? Hey, listen, as long as we have a market economy, which market socialism, that is to say, a democratically run market economy, as long as that exists, there is money to be had in doing a startup, Nothing about the democratization of an economy changes that. Even if you want to create a company that will inevitably be democratized, there are still easily ways that you could write rules to prioritize the economic interests of the founder. Say, for example, you spend $500,000 getting a company off the ground, and you hire enough employees that you have to go democratic. Well, it doesn't really seem fair that everyone has equal control of the company when you're the one who sunk $500,000 into it and the other people just got normally hired, So what can you do? Well, I think that you could very easily allow for there to be legal exemptions where you can say, all right, until the founder of the company is paid back their investment plus interest plus this bonus amount, they will receive a disproportionate proceed from the revenue of this company. Or you could say, given the fact that this person is the original founder, they have this amount of disproportionate democratic control. And also, democratic control doesn't have to mean perfectly split democracy. We can have imperfect democracies, especially at a local level. The smaller a system is, the more likely it is to have imperfections in its democracy, and the less possible it is to stamp them all out. I think that we should accept that and work within that, rather than naively try to fight against every possible situation where someone might have more power than is desirable, especially if they're the one who actually made the startup. How do you want to safeguard companies under your jurisdiction from capitalist companies in the global economy? I don't think you need to. Seriously, worker cooperatives do a pretty good job competing against traditionally managed companies. There are literally thousands of examples in this country alone of worker cooperatives holding their own or outperforming their competitors. I don't think you'd really need to protect them. You might need to do some funky stuff when it comes to transnational corporations, but I think that the restructuring of those corporations is so complicated and would take so long that you would have to find ways to make case by case. Thankfully, there are only 3 companies in America anymore, right? So for all of the massive transnational corporations that we would have to talk about democratizing, we could portion it out as necessary. But you know what? We could do it, couldn't we? Right now, at this moment, TikTok is under legal obligation to sell its American portion or be banned in the United States. We clearly have the ability and the public will to take massive multi-billion-dollar multinational corporations and say, hey, this American portion of it will abide by our rules. If we can do it for this, blah-de-blah-de-blah, they're spying on us nonsense, as if Facebook isn't, surely we can do it for something as valuable as democracy, can't we? I think so. God, this is so good. How would you want to make sure worker-owned companies aren't outcompeted? I refer you to the previous question. I think that's well covered. How would worker co-ops prevent discrimination? Race, gender, etc.? I don't think that worker cooperatives would be any better at dealing with this than traditional corporations. I don't think that democracy, in and of itself, does much against bigotry. I think that democracy is a useful medium for progressive change. But at the end of the day, I still think worker cooperatives should be subject to all those federal regulations about biased behavior and what have you. I still think that, if you want to sue the worker cooperative that you worked at because the, manager that you all elected was racist or sexist or whatever else, you should be able to. This is just a problem with human organization, right? There's no getting around it. It's going to take a lot of counter checks and balances to meaningfully address these problems, but that's already how we do it, isn't it? We're on to the economics section, as if we haven't already been. You all ready? Market economies. Well, we've been talking about that, haven't we? Market economies, just any economy that, depending on how broadly you want to draw this, every economy has been a market economy, really. When we talk about market economies today, we're talking usually about laissez-faire free market economies, though even that is kind of a misnomer. We're talking about modern, liberal, capitalist market economies. In the sense that we have a kind of like legally constructed apparatus that allows for the exchange of goods and currency and blah blah. Do your Econ 101 course. Go to college. Go to college. Take your Econ 101 like I never did. It's what the world is today. Even systems that aren't really market economies, like North Korea, to an extent, operate in a market. It's pretty difficult to fully decommodify something, Even if you had, say, for example, fully decommodified American housing, where is the American government getting all that timber from? All the resources to build the housing, right? Well, presumably buying it from companies, or is the American government going out and doing its own logging, its own wood processing, its own plastic molding and construction for all the outlets that you have to put covers on, all of this, all that? No, of course not. At some point or another, you're interacting with a market, I imagine, in most cases at least. Market socialism. Well, as I said and expanded on extensively in the previous big section, market socialism is a worker-run market economy. So a dictatorship of the proletariat, or a democratically controlled economy that is still a market, I think it's good. I think it's a stepping stone. Ideally, I do think widespread decommodification is good, and I would advocate for it. But democratizing the economy is a political transition that could be done within my lifetime. Decommodifying the economy is like a massive endeavor that, if handled improperly, could not only incur the wrath of the rest of the world combined, but also collapse the country. It's tough. So, one step at a time. Inelastic versus elastic markets. Oh God, I have a horrible feeling I'm going to mix these up. Hoping that I don't mix this up. As I understand it, an inelastic demand is when the amount that people want something doesn't change that much, depending on how much it costs. So, for example, food, housing, healthcare. No matter what, you need those three things. If your choice is insulin or die, you will spend any amount of money to get the insulin. People will literally bankrupt themselves getting healthcare. That is an inelastic demand. Whereas an elastic demand is something where the amount that people are willing to get it, demand, is highly subject to the price. For example, little knickknacks and doodads you might see near the front of a grocery aisle. If those cost $1, maybe you'll get them. Sure, why not? They're cute. If they're $20, probably not. And that's that. One of my big problems with market economies is that you run into a bunch of massive problems when corporations are incentivized to jack the prices up on inelastic goods and services. Because The general logic is corporations want to lower prices because if they raise them too high, people won't spend. But if we're talking about insulin, well, no. They could raise it to whatever they want. And wow, what a coincidence. American drug prices are insanely high. And American housing prices are insanely high. Thankfully, American food prices are not insanely high. In spite of the inelasticity of food as a general category, there are so many different types of food spread across so many different markets, accessible in so many different ways, that the pressures to keep prices down persist. So that's nice. That's good. I'm glad that it's not as expensive as insulin. American healthcare. What is the ideal healthcare system? Public option, single payer, or NHS style? Oh, the NHS in its current form, highly desirable. Just throw me the easy questions, why don't you? American healthcare obviously sucks. Everyone agrees on this, even the right. Everyone does. Nobody likes it. In terms of what the ideal healthcare system is, I like a single payer system. I like the idea of it being decommodified at the point of purchase. So free, like if you need it, you could go in and it wouldn't cost you a dime. And the reason I like that is because, as I expanded in the previous section, healthcare is an inelastic good. That being said, there is a big problem with single payer. Healthcare might be inelastic, but only when you know you need it. Health upkeep and mild health paranoia are things that people might overconsume if they could for free. And it would take up finite resources and the time of doctors, which is also finite, if a bunch of, hypochondriacs keep going to the doctor to whine about, a rash they have that's because they wore pants too tight or whatever. That kind of thing. That is an issue. Now, I don't think there's an easy, smart boy, snap your finger solution to this. I think that any society that makes it easy to stay healthy will also make it easy to waste the time of doctors. But I do think that there are lots of institutionally smart ways you could mitigate that. I think this is one of those things where it's always going to be a problem, but I would rather deal with those problems than the problems we're facing now in our current system, which, by the way, is also crazy inefficient and costs a fuck ton of money because the inefficiencies of a almost purely market-run healthcare system has led to the American healthcare system being disproportionately expensive compared to proper social democracies, in spite of us getting so little for it, And our healthcare system is massively taxed when a person can't afford to see a doctor to get an early diagnosis, but then goes into the ER for 12 weeks because their stage 4 cancer was only found out afterwards, these are problems, but the contrast to those problems are even worse. Does that make sense? Feudalism. Feudalism is a nice meme, It's sort of like anarcho-capitalism retro style. Nobody unironically advocates for feudalism anymore. It's kind of like a meme ideology again. Feudalism will also never really exist again because it was made obsolete by the construction of the nation state. Anarcho-capitalists want to get rid of the nation state, which they won't. The nation state is too strong. I take the Marxist line on this. These political systems are a product of the material conditions of their time. The material conditions for feudalism no longer exist. What would be required is a change in the material conditions, which can happen over time, but I don't expect feudalism to come back in vogue. Capitalism. Dumb and gay. For any more information on the topic, check out any video I've ever done, and also the rest of this one. Wealth redistribution. I am in favor of it. The obvious one, of course, is stripping away the wealth of the ultra wealthy. I don't know, more than 500 million, more than 100 million, whatever arbitrary line you want to talk about here. Sure, whatever. Look, okay, economies function best when wealth is distributed much more evenly than the way in which it is today. It's very difficult to have a robust economy where trillions of dollars are siphoned off by the bourgeoisie and put in offshore accounts where they're never invested or spent in anything. Meanwhile, the poor are just like spending on basic like life existent subsistence needs and can't go beyond that. This economy, the American economy, experienced its greatest era of growth and expansion during a time when the middle class was strong. Redistributing wealth makes the country stronger. I think it makes people happier. I think it's just a generally good idea. It does not in any way hurt the ultra wealthy. They will be fine. They will live, honestly. Thoughts on billionaires? You know we're probably going to live to see the first trillionaire, right? Like there's going to be some giant corporate merger. The Pepe posting probably gives the answer for me. Look, I don't think that being a billionaire innately makes you a bad person. For the same reason that I don't think being poor innately makes you a good person. I don't think people are that simple. I think that the existence of billionaires as a concept is a policy failure. You know, like it would like if you were like an animal researcher and you were studying a tribe of monkeys and one monkey somehow managed to acquire 1 billion bananas while other monkeys were starving for lack of bananas. I think any rational person in that situation would look at that and think, that's not what? Why? Hello? Like it wouldn't it wouldn't seem very rational from an outside perspective. Most of sort of bourgeois ideology is an attempt to legitimize and normalize the concept of the ultra wealthy or the ultra powerful as like a normal thing that we should accept. This has been the case for all ruling classes. The monarchy, like not just the British one today, but like historically, the monarchies of Europe were heavily invested in the propagation of the idea that the monarchy was a legitimate thing. The aristocracy were constantly invested in the idea that, in disseminating the idea that they deserved their power. During slavery, American slavery, sort of the white scientific racists were invested in propagating the belief that there was a scientific justification for their social superiority over the black man. And they did this with all their phrenology bullshit, their skull science, you know, all that nonsense, right? I think to a large extent, the legitimization of billionaires through Silicon Valley tech propaganda is exactly the same. You know, like, how does Elon Musk do it? Take a look into the life of Elon Musk. He wakes up every day at 4 a.m. Then he showers in cold water for 38 seconds before moisturizing his body with an avocado, like, you know, exfoliate. Then he goes outside and air dries while having Mozart play on the, like, and no, he doesn't. None of this happens. Like, there is so much propaganda out there that is meant to legitimize the idea of, why are there billionaires? Because they're better than you. Well, they're not. You know, that's not how it works, right? Sorry. Sheer chance dictates that some snowball that has rolled down the hill would end up being larger than any other snowball. That doesn't mean that the snowball was smarter than you. How much money should a person have, max amount? You are a communist. You want to murder everyone who possesses more than 25 real in their pocket. Rainbow capitalism. Rainbow capitalism has two definitions, one of which I think is very pernicious, and one of which I think is innocuous. So, the rainbow capitalism that I think is fine is when regular dumbfuck corporations pretend to care about you for, you know, like when it's Pride Month or whatever. I don't give a shit. Trust me, okay? Corporations will do or say anything they think will make them money. If appealing to the homos is in their interest, that's good for you. Trust me, you want to live in a country where the, you know, machine men corporatists believe that it is better to appeal to your interest. That is better. There are alternatives. Go take a look at the countries that don't have like Pride Month corporate rainbow logo celebrations and ask me, are they better or worse for gay people on average? Go to Iran, where they do not, in fact, have the rainbow flag, for their like corporate branch of this and that. You'll see. The kind of rainbow capitalism that I dislike is the selling of unnecessary or counterproductive goods as an insincere pantomime of queer solidarity. I've said this before, but I think a good example of this is like you attempt to profit off of association from the group in a way that is exploitative. You know what I mean? So a good version of this, which applies not to queer people, but to black people, would be, imagine if there was a black celebrity who was black but just shiftless and a celebrity and not a very good person, and they were like, I've always wanted to help young black girls have a better time managing their hair, so here, the official me celebrity sponsored hair kit, and it's this like monstrously overpriced, like $120, and all the products are shit, and it's the most like insincere, virtue signally, like preying on the naive bullshit imaginable. It's stuff like that. As you're all saying here, RuPaul with his like, we've made a gay bookstore, and all it is like a copy paste of another bookstore, and it has like Nazi books in it, you know? Yeah, that kind of thing. So that's the thing that I think is pernicious. How does immigration affect the economy? Positively. For the most part, this varies country by country. Immigration is not always good for the economy. There can be too much, there can be too little, there can be the wrong kind of immigration, like people in the wrong, say, like work category, depending on what's available in your country, you know? In America, most of the immigrants people fearmonger about, that is to say, lower education, lower skill, they occupy like blue-collar jobs. These are workers we need a lot, because American workers, on average, are wealthy, prissy, and well-educated. So while we're off, doing our gay Starbucks barista fingernail painting jobs or working in Silicon Valley or whatever else, who but Jorge is managing our vast fields in the South, Who's doing all that necessary work to keep the breadbasket of America alive? No, immigration in our case is also Juan. Yes, Juan Guy, the immigrant. No, people who fearmonger about immigration almost always do so for racial reasons. There is a reason why people who actually study the economy are all like, yeah, we want the immigration. And the people who are mostly obsessed with black men fucking their white girlfriend are like, no, we need less immigration. Okay? Listen, so when it comes to economic impact of immigration, you can go with the economy people or the please don't fuck my wife people. And just personally, I think the economy people have their heads screwed on straight. There's a lot of data on this one, Thoughts on the Fed? Honestly, my knowledge of the Fed is almost exclusively limited to the conspiracy theories that economically ignorant people concoct in order to justify their hatred of fiat currency. Like, the Fed, in my mind now, is more a hodgepodge of conspiracy than it is an actual institution. I also vividly recall the memes of the like old man money printer go burr when they were printing out an ungodly amount of money at the beginning of COVID to finance some of the. You remember that? Or is it like, yeah, remember that? That's my thought on the Fed. Okay, I'm glad that they exist to sort of like tank the hits of the conspiracy folks. I think for the most part, the Fed seems to do their job with a kind of predictable bureaucratic competence that's boring to talk about, but, whatever. Up next are types of taxes. Consumption tax. What consumption tax? You mean like sales tax or consumption tax? Typically levied on the purchase of goods and services. Sales tax. Consumption tax. Yeah, there. Sales tax, right. Sales tax is dumb and gay. Next. Luxury tax. Luxury tax is... Yeah, sure. Why not? Purely because taxing things that are luxury seems fine. And then finally, flat tax. Dumb and gay. Listen, There is only one kind of tax that I care about: a crippling, back-breaking, progressive income tax, okay? Corporate taxes, you can dodge, all right? I'm talking income and capital gains tax, baby. 99.9%. You're not making shit, boy, all right? You get $1 untaxed. $1. In all seriousness, I like progressive taxation. I dislike regressive taxation. So any kind of tax that disproportionately affects the poor or the poorer people, I dislike that. Sales tax disproportionately affects the poor because they will spend a greater percentage of their take-home pay on sales tax than a wealthy person. Like it's kind of insane if you think about it, right? Like a poor person might spend about 4 or 5% of their income on sales tax, sometimes more. But a wealthy person, might spend like 1%, 2%, which is like, what? Insane. I don't know. How much should people pay in taxes? Well, I don't care about high taxes on their own. I care about that it is a second order problem, right? The thing that I want is for there to be enough money in the government for them to do the things I want them to do. Right now, the US government could make, if the American government would stop dumping money into the Pentagon, just as a start. There are so many things we could do to more efficiently use the tax money we already have. I genuinely think that you could run a modern socialist state with relatively little money. You know that Fidel Castro lowered taxes in Cuba after he ousted Batista? I genuinely don't think we are the wealthiest country in the world. We're not like a poor country, We don't have to accept some kind of austere, back-breaking taxation. It's not as though everyone should have in order to keep the socialist society running, we must give so much. I don't think so at all. We have an ungodly amount of money. I don't know how much we should have people pay in taxes, I just know what I would want to fund with it. What should the minimum wage be? I feel like the minimum wage should probably dynamically adjust automatically without having to be updated state by state. And it should probably be proportion to how much it costs to meet a certain standard of living on average in the area that you're in. You could do it on a county by county level. I don't know. I don't think that it's good to set a national minimum wage that caters to the interests of people who live in cities. The kinds of people who say, for example, $25 an hour probably don't live in rural Minnesota. Because if they did live in rural Minnesota, they would understand that $25 an hour would allow them to buy a solid gold fountain outside of their mansion. It's very much like a regional thing. There's a lot of variance in cost of living across the United States. So, in my opinion, it should be kind of innately tied to a specific standard of living, and it should dynamically adjust every year as necessary. I think that'd be good. I think that'd be cool. Are unpaid internships ethical? No. Unpaid internships are a way for stuffy white-collar corporations to keep the upper crust in their in their employment, because the only people who can afford to take unpaid internships are people who don't need to worry for money anyway. It's just it's dumb. It's also entirely unmeritocratic. There might be a poor person who could do that job even better. They would just need the internship where they're working for you to be paid. It's dumb and bad. Cryptocurrencies and NFTs. Go watch the YouTube channel Folding Ideas, and then after you've watched all the videos, come back and continue this one, okay? That's what I have to say on that. You know, go on there. Go on. Nice. We're on to a new category entirely. Ethics and philosophy. Oh. Is there ethical consumption under capitalism? The phrase, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, is just a way to remind people that the systems that procure our commodities for us are so complicated, intertwined, and wide reaching that it's effectively impossible to avoid touching into or funding unethical stuff. This can range from the mildly unethical, like if you buy something made in America, American workers still aren't treated well enough by my standard, you know, to the very unethical, like your computers and your phones might have raw earth mineral or rare earth minerals in them that were mined up by child slaves, for example. There's a lot of variance. I think that you should try your best, but I also think that to an extent, this kind of goes into that like ascetic monk thing again. I don't want like socialists to be henpecking at each other because one of them is wearing like a cotton shirt and the other one is like, no, 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 you have to wear a hemp shirt that you hand wove yourself, you know? Like I think that the systems that would allow us to make meaningful change are almost entirely about seizing institutional power and not about making individual better decisions. As a matter of fact, systemic power has almost never been taken as a consequence of people making individually better, more conscientious decisions. I struggle to think of almost like any examples of that actually being how anything real got done. Rarely does that happen. Should we boycott companies? Sure. Yeah. Boycotts are pretty tough these days because there are only 3 companies left in all of the world, and they're all just massive conglomerates that control everything, and there's no avoiding them. I think that there are ways for selective boycotts to be effective. Very well organized, or even better yet, institutionally recognized boycotts can be pretty effective. Yeah, you know? Economies, markets can be fairly fragile if prodded, you know? The main issue is that boycotts, if they are going to work, need to be well considered, targeted, disciplined, and justified. You know, flippantly saying you're going to boycott every unethical company would lead to you boycotting every company, which you would then not do. You wouldn't actually do it. You know? Like you just saying that. I see these posts on TikTok of people being like, remember the boycott list, while they point to a whiteboard of every company in America. And it's like, I see your background, bitch. You're upper middle class, okay? There's no, there's no fucking way you're avoiding Nestle products, okay? Get over yourself. Like, come on. I think a lot of people just do this for purity testing. They want the social clout. I think it's dumb. So be smart about it, you know? Transhumanism. I think that modifying the human body and the human experience is great as long as it's done well. I just think that people should always remember that modification should be made to service the fundamental value of human life and not stupid bullshit Silicon Valley fake tech auxiliary cyberpunk horseshit. If you're getting sick-ass transhumanism implants because it helps you send emails faster for your bullshit nothing job, I don't think that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Now, if you're genetically modifying yourself to get really cool big wings that make you fly, that's sick. Seriously, just be suspicious of transhumanist narratives that are being delivered to you by people who stand to make a lot of money off of making you a better employee. That's my main narrative. That's the main thing that I want to say, okay? That's it, you know? If the person selling you the transhumanist fantasy seems like they're trying to make you a better like Amazon worker, just watch out for that. Postmodernism. Ah, a word that means everything. I like, for, you know what, for the purposes of this video, my take on it is this, okay? Because postmodernism means 50 different things, I leave it up to you to decide which elements of it I subscribe to and which I don't, you know? It's a fun, that's a little exercise to the viewer right there, you know? You can just look up postmodernism disambiguation on Wikipedia, and you scroll through the list, and it's like, I wonder which one of these he's okay with, you know? Who knows? I probably don't. Good luck, okay? Hoo boy. It's a big old topic. Look, the fundamental is, I think that the human experience, the civilizational experience of humans, is too massive to be described by one system. You know, I'm a postmodernist in the sense that I think the modernist narrative, the idea that Marx also believed that you can sort of describe the nature of human development in, say, historical materialism or any other like single system. I don't think one narrative is enough. You know, I think that there are a bunch of different angles that you have to look at these things from. That's what I think. Meta-modernism. What the shit is that? Vermeulen and Van den Acker described metamodernism as a structure of feeling that oscillates between modernism and postmodernism like a pendulum swinging between innumerable. The only people who would ever care about a term like this are the transgenders and the homosexuals. I spit on you. Next. Get a job. Rude? Yeah, well, you know. Mutualism. I think that mutualism is good. Mutualism is like a very, 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 very broad sort of like political descriptor, but at a fundamental level, you know, mutualism is one of those things where I feel like most people wouldn't even argue against it, if it makes any sense. You know what I mean? The idea that like mutual benefit is derived from dependence, mutualism. Yeah, exactly. Mutualism is just true. It's not even like an ideology, basically. The only people who would argue against this are like lunatic ANCAPs, and even they I don't think would try. Mutualism is just a fact of life. Humans have made it this far entirely because we work well as a species. Competition is not the system that let us become the rulers of the planet, you know? Cooperation was. That's what teamwork makes the dream work, as they say. Egoism. Oh, I didn't. Egoism. I think Stirner was kind of a weirdo. Look, I like on a fundamental level, I think that we do sort of like build out our systems on an ethical, social, political, whatever level from an attempt to satiate our own desires, and I do think that is like an almost inarguable component of how these things come to be. I don't know enough about egoism as like a broader philosophy to really comment on it that much, apart from Stirner being a weirdo. Titoism. Tito was a really, really, really fucking funny guy, man. Well, you know, worker democracy, but like playing both sides off each other, plus like uniting 17 different, like completely disparate ethnic groups. Yeah, I don't know. Look, Tito, old Yugoslavia, there's a lot of stuff that we can learn from that. I don't think much of it is very inspirational today. I feel like, listen, okay? I feel like pretty much everything that you would want to learn from Yugoslavia and from Tito, you learn from its death, don't you? Right? What's the purpose of building that if it's just going to fall apart the moment you're not holding it together? Like, nothing that he did was able to address or fix or mend or like so you're a strong man and you're able to hold this like disparate ethnic community together for what? For how long? For as long as you live? This is one respect in which the United States really is a miraculous country. In a lot of ways, we really are a melting pot. Like, we are so much of a melting pot that some of the loudest white nationalists in this country are Mexicans. Seriously. There are strong racial divides here in the United States. It's just like, damn, compared to some areas of the world, we get along pretty well. Like, really well. Techno optimism. I do genuinely think that technology has the potential to do a lot of wondrous things for us as a species. It already has to a large extent. That being said, I do resent people who occupy this kind of like what's the thing? Who's the guy? He does the like optimism bit, new optimism or whatever. His whole bit is like, hey guys, did you know that like line go up? Therefore, like that guy, you know? Steven Pinker, fuck that guy. Yeah, listen, okay? Technology exists to make our lives easier. It doesn't solve everything. It can solve some things. I hate it when people use technological advancement or the promise of it to paint away social issues, you know? No technology is going to fix apartheid, right? That requires social change. You know, bigotry doesn't go away because you've invented a new drone type. I hate that stuff. It needs to be properly channeled. You know, you can invent the most miraculous medicine in the world. What good is it if people can't afford it? American diabolism. That's the term, that's the opposite of American exceptionalism. American diabolism is when you subscribe to this naive campist belief that all fault in the world is derived from America. It's just very juvenile. It also kind of like invalidates the agency of other countries to suggest that all of, like, for example, the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict, like, oh, America's roots run deep. Like, no, come on. There are other people in the world, you know? America isn't God. America's strong, but it doesn't dictate or determine everything. That's ridiculous. It's just a very juvenile, like good guy, bad guy, sports team way of thinking of politics. You can only understand politics if it always has a big bad, like you're playing a Final Fantasy game. It's just stupid. Accelerationism. Oh, a fun one. This is starting to get to my head. Accelerationism. I think for the most part, accelerationism is a really bad idea. I think that people often get really pessimistic, they get really doomer, and they think there's no way out but through. And they fail to understand that, for one, there are different ways a system can collapse, sometimes worse, sometimes better. And for two, just because a system collapses doesn't mean you're going to get the outcome you want out the other side. You know, accelerationism in practice usually means, so what if a bad thing's going to happen? Bad things are going to happen anyway. Let's just get to it. So revolution. But just because you arrive at bad thing doesn't mean that everyone in America is going to be like awakened to their class consciousness and revolutionary spirit. On the contrary, as a matter of fact, a uncontrolled collapse of a nation usually leads to the rise of fascists and strongmen. You know, it doesn't usually go that way. You need to carefully establish the conditions that allow for collapse to go your way. And if you're smart enough to do all that, Mr. Megamind, Mr. Big Brain Boy, that, you make your plans. Okay, very impressive. In practice, I don't think you can really know whether or not the conditions are right. You know, you can only really know that in retrospect. And sometimes it really comes down to a roll of the dice. So I would recommend being careful when possible. Anti-natalism. Listen, if you're anti-natalist, you need to get a hand job under an Arby's dining table from a goth girl with lubed up hands. Okay, that's all I have to say. You need to experience some joy in life. I don't subscribe to this whiny bullshit, okay? There is no moral center in the universe except for us. Earth is the moral center of all existence as long as we are the only known life. We do not give up on life just because life is hard, okay? Come on. Come on. Come on. All right, we're to quit legitimizing your dumbass fucking pseudo-philosophy, pseudo-politics, through depression, okay? Cut it out. Cut it out! Doomerism. Related to the accelerationism and antinatalism. Doomerism, huh? Listen, okay, folks, stuff gets hard, but, like, let's be real here, okay? Half of children died before the age of 5, like, 200 years ago, okay? I feel like people really do get a negative perspective on how bad things are now relative to how bad things have been historically. You need to pick yourself up a little bit, okay? Your brain is a flawed machine. Your capacity for self-perception and introspection is flawed even in the best of days, and these are not the best of days, okay? You need to go out there and do something productive, all right? Go to a picket, all right? Go volunteer at a soup kitchen. Go canvas, go phone bank, go do something that feels productive and useful. All right. In all my time doing this, so many people have come to me afterwards and gone, wow, that really helped. I feel better now. It's important to engage with these systems at a deeper level than just watching people on Twitter, show off their 4 IQ. Okay. Look, doomerism isn't a real ideology. It's a mental illness. And I'm ableist, okay? You need to go outside. You need to touch grass, goth girl hand jobs, etc. Thank you, okay? Veganism. Veganism is good and morally correct. With regards to veganism, if a vegan is talking to you, they are better than you. It's as simple as that. Any attempt to say otherwise is desperate cope. There it is, Sake, the loudest coper on this subject. On this subject, a vegan is correct. Much in that a person who goes and volunteers at a soup kitchen, with regards to going to the soup kitchen, is better than you for not going to the soup kitchen. You might do other things that are good, but on the going to the soup kitchen versus not going to the soup kitchen dichotomy, they are winning. All right? Give general thoughts on religion. Jesus Christ, really? All right. If you insist. First question. Islam, Sunni versus Shia Islam. I'm going to be honest, I don't know anything about the difference between Sunni and Shia Islam. My take on this would basically just be, this seems to me like a regional, ethnic, and geopolitical conflict that is given form nominally through religious text, but doesn't matter outside of it. Like, it's like the same thing that I'm going to say on Catholics versus Protestants, which is that at the end of the day, people's belief in their own text is very malleable. And like, it's not as though Sunni practitioners are consistent, nor Shia practitioners. It just seems to me like it's like two other sides. It's just like, you've got two sides on a line that was drawn, and people ascribe a lot of meaning to it. But if you scrambled it all up and didn't tell anybody who's who, it wouldn't matter that much. Judaism. I think it's cool how Jews really seem to like debating God. Like, unironically, I like that Jewish faith and mysticism seems to heavily revolve around people rules lawyering God. I think that's pretty cool. I think they should keep at that, honestly. I think that's way more like Chad than like the typical monotheist Abrahamic religion attitude of just like complete cuckoldry in the face of the divine. So I think that's cool. Keep it up, Jews. Christianity, Catholics versus Protestants. Yeah, I don't respect Protestants. I think they have a fake religion. I think it's total bullshit. Like, it seems like Protestantism was invented to make slaves work harder and to build, like, uglier churches. Catholics know how to build churches, and they seem to be a little bit more concerned with, like, goodness of the deed versus thought. They don't really do that whole, like, converting to Christianity 8 picoseconds before dying shit. So, yeah, Protestantism just seems kind of fake. Protestantism basically just seems like American, I don't know, like evangelism, supremacy, manifest destiny ideology, you know, because like Protestantism wasn't invented by America, but like functionally America is the center of modern Protestantism. So like, okay, whatever. Catholics build prettier churches so they win. Or also Orthodox Christians have bigger hats. So that's also good. Nice. Mormonism. A blighted and diseased people, wretched and sick. Even if the God they believed in existed, he would not let them into heaven. No God would. Buddhism. Yeah, I'm like, obviously, I don't know anything about Buddhism, like, for real. I mean, I know that Buddhism is the religion of big earlobes and being fat but happy, as I understand it. So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, my understanding of the actual text is pretty non-existent. Yeah, you know, plenty of wars fought in the name of Buddhism. A lot of white people like to pretend that Buddhism is like the religion of peace and love. It has never been like that. That doesn't exist. You know, it's pretty dumb. Hinduism, another religion that white people like to pretend is the like super ultra enlightened religion of peace, you know, like super cool, peaceful, very like orientalist, very paternalistic, very, you know, noble savage. I hate that shit. I know nothing about Hinduism save the little bits of it that I read from their holy book that was given to me by a guy from a campus that I was on a while back. I don't know. It seems pretty wacky. Seems pretty wacky. I don't know, guys. Shintoism. Okay, Shintoism, I think, is actually based in Red Pilled. The idea that, like, every big rock and river has a guardian spirit is awesome, okay? That shit rules, actually, and I think that's way the fuck cooler than the bullshit, stupid, totally demysticized, like, monotheist, Abrahamic religion, you know? I think that if like a samurai warrior drunkenly wanders off to a river and pisses into it and is found by his compatriots, he should be made to disembowel himself because he has disrespected the river spirit, which will surely be met with rage and wrath in the form of storms come next season. You know, I that is what I think that religion should be about, like carefully tiptoeing around the pretty looking flowers because you think that there might be like a guardian spirit protecting them. Also, Shintoism is what gave us Princess Mononoke, and I think that's good. I think that's a good movie. Thank you. Paganism. Paganism is of interest to exactly two people, crunchy hippies and Nazis. And, you know, because believing in horoscopes is Hitlerite anyway, I say that they deserve each other, you know? Okay. Paganism is also of interest to people who are a fan of the hit, soon-to-be 2 games, Hades. So that's pretty good, okay? That's pretty good, too. There we go. Very good. Scientology. Basically the NFTs of their time. Pretty good. I like it. Seems like a good grift. Atheism and agnostic, or agnosticism. Atheism means, so atheism refers to your belief in a god, and agnosticism refers to whether or not you think you can believe in a god, right? Or like whether or not you think you know. So an atheist is someone who disbelieves in a god, and an agnostic is somebody who believes that you couldn't know whether or not there's a god. I mean, these overlap pretty heavily, but that's where you're at. I think I have that right. Wait, atheism is the belief, and agnostic is the The belief in the belief? Well, not the belief in the belief, but the yeah. No, I think I had that. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong because this is just me giving my off the cuff opinions. My real opinion is that Reddit atheism is correct. Thank you. Is it bad to be religious? I don't know. Like, ask me about horoscopes, right? I'm not gonna fucking hit you with a rock over it, you know? I don't like mysticism. I don't like unempirical thought. I think that in a lot of ways, this is one of those things where it's like, um, it's not a problem until it is. If you believe that there's like magic that informs the moral goodness and rightness and wrongness of the universe, and it exists in a realm entirely outside empirical evidence, I don't know, like, it just makes it difficult to get across anything. Like, it's just a hole in the mind. It's just a hole in logic. I just don't, I don't care for it. But like, I've known plenty of good religious people. It's not like it makes you innately a bad person or dumb or irrational or whatever the fuck else, you know? What does religion get right? Community and ritual in like a Durkheimian sense, you know? Rituals are very, very, very important to to human beings. Like, we need these. It's very important to us that we have communities and well-defined like understandings of what is good and bad. I just think that like it's like people will always choose the simple but wrong idea over the complicated but right one. If you want to ask somebody how something is right or wrong, like, people will take the easy answer, you know? And I think that like God said this is about as easy as it fucking gets. I think that like we should make an effort to try to like impose upon people a compelling and morally just understanding of the world, and we should also try to reinforce that through community. I just don't think we should do it in a dogmatic or zealous way, or certainly not in like a mystical way. Should churches and other houses of worship pay taxes more than anything else? Is there a war on Christmas? Christmas is already dead and has been for a long time. Nobody gives a fuck about Christ for Christmas. Nobody gives a shit. Christmas is the most like plastic holiday of them all. You cannot war on Christmas because Christmas is already dead. Should a Christian baker be required to bake a wedding cake for a gay couple? Excuse me. Yes. Well, to clarify better, I think that a suit, a civil case against them for discrimination based on a protected category would be constitutionally protected. Yes, 100%. Being gay is a protected category. You can't discriminate on it. Now, if they wanted the wedding cake to have like two cocks on it or whatever, the Christian baker could decline on the grounds that they don't want to bake a cake that has two cocks on it. Baking a cake with two cocks on it is not a protected category. The two cock cake is not a category that is protected constitutionally. However, being gay is. So, you know. Oh man, we're on to the next category: LGBTQIAI plus topics. Nice. We're on a roll, by which I mean my voice really hurts. Let me see if I can secure more alcohol and also pee really quickly, and then we will get to it. Ooh. I just realized that cider has calories in it. Why would God do this to me? How many calories are in cider? A pint of cider with 4.5% ABV can contain 210 calories. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, but this isn't a pint, not even close. This is a cup. Is a pint 4 cups? I'm just double checking. I'm just double checking. The calories. This is 12 ounces, right? 175. A pint is 16 ounces? That's so little. 175 calories and 12 fluid ounces of apple cider. Yo, what the fuck? Why'd they put calories in this shit, man? God damn it. Alcohol's a sugar. Your mom's a sugar because she tastes sweet. All right. All right. We continue. What is gender abolition? Okay, this is something that gets people real riled up, okay? So there are two distinct categories, sex and gender. Sex is biological, and gender is socially constructed. When people talk about gender, or I guess when I talk about gender, because people talk about all sorts of dumb shit, I'm talking about things like identity, expectation. For example, why do guys wear suits and girls wear dresses, right? That's not biological, that's just an arbitrarily determined social standard, you know? There's a lot of stuff like this. The idea of gender abolition is the assumption that this, okay? Gender is gender expectation. I don't think it's possible to have gender without gender roles, because without the roles, you wouldn't have anything. So I think by getting rid of the roles, you get rid of gender. That would mean that in a gender abolished world, there would be people in their bodies, sure, and then their identities would be whatever they wanted to construct. Now, people often assume that this overlaps with the TERF, the trans exclusionary radical feminist, bastardized version of gender abolition, where they say, well, why can't you just be a feminine boy or a masculine girl? But keep in mind, under gender abolition, you wouldn't be, there is no boy or girl. You wouldn't be that, you know? Like that concept wouldn't even exist. For me, the idea is absent these roles, these gender roles, people would be free to construct whatever identities they want without being subject to any expectations or pressures that are a product of their sex. Like, if you start creating arbitrary social expectations around one's sex, you're doing gender again. That's the whole point. So absent that, you know, there wouldn't be, say, for example, that you're a transsexual who's born in a gender abolished society. You're born with XY chromosomes and a penis, but when you grow older, you would rather have a female body, right? There wouldn't be, if you transitioned, there wouldn't even be like, there would have been no expectations for you to overcome, if that makes sense. Your identity would have been yours radically to define yourself. All of the biological constraints you're looking to overcome exists now, layered under an enormous mountain of social expectations. What does it mean to be a person with a penis? What does it mean to be a male? What does it mean to be a person with facial hair? Those are all social questions, not biological ones. And in the absence of those questions, because no one would care, I think it would be much easier for people who are today, trans or cis, to live happy lives. I think everyone would benefit from this. That is my opinion. But it's very complicated. I have other videos on it. What does it look like to promote gender abolition in current year? Honestly, just be chill with people. You know, like, it's like the he, him, lesbian thing. Like, everyone wants to have a hot take about gender. For me personally, I think the best thing that you can do is just try to care about it minimally. You know, I don't think that you should be hyper invested in gender in a progressive or reactionary sense. I must say, I've always gotten kind of a weird vibe from people who are obsessed with creating new genders, new pronouns, hyper fixatedly labeling every element of their identity, constructing Twitter bios that are, you know, filling out the character limit with abbreviated versions of all of the very specific categories they've constructed to describe themselves. Embrace your humanity. No human can be fully described by categories, you know? Categories exist to serve a social benefit. They provide utility. But if you're making your own, they don't even communicate meaning. You're just doing it for the fun. You're boxing yourself in for your own sake. Why? I don't get it. I think the best thing that you can do is to just de-emphasize the influence gender has on your life, you know? Live a genderless life to the extent you feel comfortable, but don't sweat it. Don't think, oh, I have to do this. That's the trap. Don't do it. Just, meh, you know? It's the exact same thing that I would advocate for with race, by the way. I don't think that you should, like, as a product of being racially conscious and anti-racist, go about your day-to-day constantly thinking, oh, as a white man, oh, is it, oh, there's a person of a different race, oh, different experience, different lived experience. Just chill out a bit. Be aware and chill out. Yeah. Is drag inherently sexual? No. It's a pretty easy one to empirically determine. A lot of drag is, but so is a lot of dance. Is all dance sexual? No. Don't they do a dance on Blue's Clues? Like a little, maybe? I don't know. I'm sure it's, you know, something like this. No, they don't do a little? Okay, whatever. Well, I don't think this dance is sexual. I don't think it is. Should drag queens be able to read books to kids? It's a free country. Anyone can read books to kids, right? As long as there's nothing inappropriate about the outfit. You know, drag is just gendered. Okay, I'd say gendered performance. It's often not even that. I've seen people do drag dressed as like a tree, you know? I don't know. It's just like glitzy costume. It's like over the top glitzy costume. It often has gender as performance. By the way, I would argue, you know, if you're dressed up as a cis woman to like a nice night out on the town, you're also dressing gender as a performance. You know? When guys are going out for a nice date and they're dressing in like the suit and stuff with the belt and the trousers, but they're performing a gender as a costume. Like, I don't, you know, drag is just an over-the-top version of this, personally. I don't, like, the idea that this is all sexual, you know, is every lady in a dress sexual? Ridiculous, honestly. Do you support the marriage of gay and trans people? Well, they're pretty annoying, those groups. Tempted as I am to spite them with an answer of no. And given the fact that I don't much care for marriage as an institution, sure. For the tax benefits. For the tax benefits. Do you support gay and or trans people in the military? I don't know if I support them in the military. They should be allowed to join it. I don't think anything progressive comes from disallowing sexual and gender minorities from entering the military. I don't think the military, like, the military is going to exist either way. I feel like it just points to bad things if you're disallowing queer people from going on in there, you know? Do you support gay adoption? It shouldn't, if anything, you would think like gay adoption should be like an easy zinger for everyone because like we have children who need adopted and they're gay couples, right? So a lot of them aren't going to produce children biologically. That should be a zinger. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Got it. We got to help the kids in the orphanages, you know? Do you support gay and trans people using IVF, in vitro Fertilization. Yeah, sure. Unless you're in, what is it, Alabama, I guess, because they're mad about it. Whatever works for you. Should gay men be allowed to give blood? Yes. The standard that disallows gay men from giving blood is deeply homophobic. Blood is tested after it's donated anyway. It does not matter if, what? Oh, you didn't know? Up until very recently, for like 40 years, gay men couldn't give blood. When I wanted to give blood back in university, not even in high school, university, I couldn't donate my blood because I'd been having sex with men. All of that from an old HIV standard where it's like, oh, you're gay, you got AIDS, But they test blood anyway after you donate it. It doesn't matter if you have AIDS and you donate blood. They test all the blood. Wait, hold on. They still can't. You have to have not had sex with an AMAB within the last 3 years. They shortened it to a year for COVID blood donation. That's still the case? Blood donation is now more inclusive for the queer community. This is from the Red Cross website. Many are now able to donate blood through a new inclusive screening process that expands blood donor eligibility and eliminates questions based on sexual orientation. Yep. So it no longer asks, are you gay? And rather, have you had sex with an AMAP? Yep. Still, yep. I'm trying to see the specific question here. They're kind of being cagey about it on the website, presumably because they know it would look pretty bad. Health history questions are based on past and current behavioral risks, for example, travel, medication, sexual activity. Sexual activity questions are based on specific behaviors, not on sexual orientation. Yeah, okay, so all they've done is like, they've changed the language, basically. Cool, yeah, well, there you go. The blood is tested. In 2015, it was changed to 1 year. Last year, it became 90 days. Yeah, it might be like depending on the org, right? CDC versus the Red Cross or whatever. Still, nonetheless. Well, anyway, yeah, they test the blood anyway. Okay. Is queer a slur? Only if you're a boomer. Okay, boomer. Bi versus pan. The only there's no difference. The only meaningful distinction that I've noticed really is that pan people tend to be the more like flower demi-child woke dipshits, and the bi people tend to be the more like wears low-rise chinos, has a brewski with the friends, goes on Grindr for down low cruising without the partner knowing. Listen, okay, pan is when you're polyamorous, and bi is when you cheat on your girlfriend by hooking up with cross-dressers on Grindr. Okay, that's my take on it. That's my official. I'm locking it in. The real. I don't care. It's the same shit. I don't care. I'm just. Are bi people still part of the LGBTQ community if they're in cishet relationships? Yes, though I would argue that you don't even have to be bi to be in the LGBTQ community. I think of queerness as more of a cultural signifier than just a like big group category of different gay types of people or whatever. I think that you can I unironically think that allies, like the right kind, not just ally in the sense of like political agreement, but people who are like not queer but are in the queer community, I think they count. I think they count. I do. I do. What is pan? It's like a plate with a handle, but it's got a lip around the edge. Is it gay for a cis man to date a trans woman? Definitionally, no, obviously. I guess the question is like, is it perfectly straight to do it? And that depends on what your definition of straight is. Definitionally, it's straight to do it. But obviously, the cultural conception of what it means to be a straight man usually disallows, for example, playing around with dick. Now, this is kind of like something that I give zero shits about because I am not straight, so I don't really, there's not like a line that I'm trying to define. I think that the more you think about sexuality, the more incoherent it actually becomes. You know what I mean? There are so many examples of straight guys being into cross-dressers or like femboys. There are so many examples of straight women going for like butchy girls or thinking they're gorgeous, but then only hooking up with guys. I think that at the end of the day, you should be most concerned with, are you happy, and is the person that you're with, or are the people that you're with happy? You know, if it, and honestly, like, you know, being TMI or whatever, like speaking personally, just having been around trans people and cis people, and like in a friendly and romantic sense, like broadly, I can just say it really does feel to me like a huge amount of what it means to have straight sex is a performative thing. It's like an ascribed element of the sex that feels to me like it has less to do with the actual identities of the people involved and more to do with their behavior. You can go two different lines on this, but if there are conservatives online arguing that it's gay for a cis man to be pegged by a cis woman with a strap on, even if both of them are straight and having sex with each other, if that's gay, even though it's an objectively heterosexual dynamic, is that the conservative acknowledgement that being straight is not a matter of the identity or even the biological sex of the participants, but rather a vibe, a performance that people are involved in when they have sex? How could one have gay sex between a cis man and a cis woman? Right? But that's what the conservatives say. My recommendation is to not think about it too much. Seriously, these are incoherent concepts. You're not going to arrive at some fundamental truth because they're all just dumb and poorly thought out. They're a loose and incoherent collection of social standards that don't mesh. Like, you know, just have a good time and be happy and make sure other people are happy. Yes. Are you transphobic for not wanting to date or have sex with a trans person? Not necessarily. If you are a straight man and you just don't like dick, that's fine. You don't have to like dick. I don't like blondes that much. That's fine. You know, a lot of trans women have dicks, many such cases. And even if there was a trans woman who'd had bottom surgery and passed, you know, just very, very, you know, feminine, whatever else, I can understand that in a way that doesn't really involve your higher cognitive functions. I can understand some people feeling some discomfort. You know, I don't think trans women want uncomfortable straight guys to be forced to fuck them. In my experience, trans women often avoid that kind of straight guy. The trans women that I know as friends, when they do hook up with guys, tend to go for people who don't seem like they're crazy on the fence about everything. You don't have to, you know? Now, you can be transphobic about it, of course, right? It really just depends on why you're uncomfortable, how you handle those feelings. Yeah. But at the end of the day, your sexual preferences are your sexual preferences, and you should never force yourself to have sex with anyone. If you don't want to, and whatever political justifications you can construct for that after the fact, I don't think anyone should feel like forced to participate. You know? Is it ethical to do conversion therapy on gay or trans kids? Nope. It's torture. It doesn't work. Even if it did work, it's torture. Even if it did work and wasn't torture, why do it? Easy. When should you use gender-neutral language like birthing person, chest feeding, etc.? Um, Honestly, I think that a lot of gender neutral language is really awkward and comes across kind of like neutered and medical. I think that if you're with a person who wants you to use gender neutral language, that's fine. And if like for the most part, like I'm gonna say breastfeeding forever. I don't care. Um I understand there are two times that I think it's appropriate, right? If you're talking to a person who's sensitive about this stuff, like Anna Kasparian, who would really prefer you not, or if you're a medical institution and you're just trying to be as like technically inclusive and accepting as possible. See, terms like birthing person sound really like clinical and weird, but that's okay if it's coming from a clinic. Like I'm not reading like a medical document from a clinic thinking like I want really hip and happening language, you know? I want the I want the language in this document to be friggity fresh. That's not I don't care. Whatever. Just, yeah, like I don't care. And I'm not going to use that language in my day to day, you know? Unless somebody asked me to. Like, why not, right? It's not like it's wrong to do it, you know? It's not incorrect to do it. Birthing person isn't incorrect. Chest feeding, weird as that sounds, isn't incorrect. It's just, you know, just sounds weird, but okay, you know, not gonna hurt me. Should the LGB divorce the T? No, obviously not. The only people who suggest otherwise are like you have all these so-called LGB movements, and then you look at them and they're all straight fascists. Like the number of people in the LGB community who want to drop the T. Do you have any idea how trans positive lesbians are? The people who are allegedly the greatest victims of the delusion of trans women, you know, oh, I'm a lesbian woman, suck my dick, whatever, blah, blah. Like, do you have any idea how pro-trans lesbian women are? It's insane, you know? Like, if you could, if there was an election for trans women, lesbians would vote for them on like in Assadist margins, okay? You would get fucking Bashar al-Assad margins from the lesbian community on fucking trans people, okay? It's just dumb. It's almost it's like a tiny core group of grifters and a fuck ton of straight fascists whining about trans people. Also, trans people have always been the core of the queer movement, okay? As queerness exists in opposition to hegemonic cis heteronormativity, as queerness has always been the outlier, those who have been most the outlier have always been the strongest soldiers of acceptance for the queer community. And to that extent, trans people are not only invaluable and valid as members of that broader community, they are like the beating heart of it. What should public pride events be like? There are all kinds of different public pride events, you know? Like, there's tons of ways you can have them that are fun. I think that, like, the main pride event should make an effort to be kind of family friendly, just because I think it's good for community relations to make it a broad, uncontroversial space. Well, not uncontroversial, but, like, you know, give them a don't give them a reason to complain controversy. And the big one for me is that there are young queer people who might want to go there and meet their elders for the first time, right? If there's like a high schooler, 16-year-old whatever who wants, like, you know, like they're a bit out of the city and it's like, you know, they know they're gay, they're not out to their parents, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go just check out the queer whatever, just gonna see, they have like stands out there, they're gonna do like axe throwing, whatever, you know. I think it would be cool. You know, I think that acceptance should be there. But that's like just the one thing, right? Like for the most part, pride parades, you know, do your wacky business after, you know, after dark stuff, close off the streets, Folsom Parade. I don't give a fuck. I just think that one element of acceptance should be there, which, to be fair, that's mostly how these go. That's mostly how these are held. Benjamin, go outside. What does it mean to be asexual and aromantic? According to Webster's dictionary, asexual means a person who is uninterested in sexual activity, and aromantic is a person who is uninterested in romantic relationships. And if anyone disagrees with either of those definitions, please feel free to go on Twitter and engage in a spirited debate. on the subject. But, uh, take it up with John Webster. Thank you. Yeah. God almighty. What does it mean to be transgender versus transsexual? Can you be both? Yeah, transgender means that you identify as a gender other than that which you were assigned at birth. In a functional, like in a practical sense, it means identifying as anything other than a man if you're born AMAB, male, and identifying as anything other than a woman if you're born AFAB or female. A transgender person doesn't necessarily have to have gender dysphoria. A transgender person could be non-binary and exist in their body and be fine with their body. It's an identity thing. Transsexual means that you want to change the sex of your body. Obviously. Usually that means you're dysphoric about how it looks on the get-go, and you want to alter the characteristics, the sexual attributes of your body to make them better conform to the opposite sex. Even the term opposite sex is contentious in an academic sense, but you all understand what I'm talking about here. I would argue, by the way, that, to an extent, transsexualism is apparent even in cisgender people. There are plenty of examples of cisgender people engaging in medical procedures designed to change or accentuate sexual features they possess. And that might not be an effort to change their sex, but it is an effort to change their sexual attributes, which is, interesting. Is gender dysphoria real? Well, sure. I mean, yeah, sure. Why not, right? It describes an experience. Gender, referring to gender, right? Dysphoria, meaning like a negative emotional experience, unhappiness with, right? Now, you could argue gender dysphoria is a misnomer because it refers actually to a kind of sexual dysphoria where you actually are unhappy with your sexual attributes. But this is just one of those common, like, decades old terminology, medical misnomers that has kind of gotten normalized. And I don't really care. We all know what it means. But yeah, it exists. It describes a phenomena that millions of people experience every day. It must exist. Neopronouns, xenogenders. I talk about this a little bit in the "What does it look like to promote gender abolition in current year" section. But look, if you have neopronouns or xenogenders, for sure, whatever, literally whatever, I don't care. Cool, yeah. In all my life of interacting with, let's be fair, very annoying queer people, I've yet to meet a single person who actually had neopronouns that were like, can you call me and it was like really dumb. I mean, that's never happened to me. So yeah, whatever, do what you want. Though I do caution, I do think that an obsession with over self-categorization or overemphasis on gender identity as a rebuke of cis heteronormativity kind of puts you in the same place. Like you're not like fixing the problem. Does that make sense? It would kind of be like, I don't know, rebuking standard socially accepted racial taxonomy by getting really hyperfixated on racial microgroups as a black man, and like, I'm actually not black, I'm actually like sub, like the ethnic group Y subgroup X, like this, I don't know if that necessarily fixes anything. It seems like if anything, you're kind of like buying into the logic of the broader system with just not accepting the individual premises. Yeah, you're going to turn into Measurehead with advanced racism, exactly. So yeah, I don't know. Just, do whatever makes you happy, unless it's annoying to me, in which case, please stop. Please stop. Please. Do you need to experience gender dysphoria to be considered transgender? No. Gender dysphoria describes like an emotional sort of like rejection of, negativity towards, unhappiness with, etc. Your body, your gender, things that conform to your sex. But being transgender could just be an identity thing. You could be a transgender woman who has no interest whatsoever, for example, in changing any of the biologically male attributes she has. Uncommon, but it exists. I know such a woman. You can be non-binary, which is transgender, because you're not the gender that you identify or were ascribed at birth. You identify as a gender that isn't that which you were ascribed at birth. But you can be fine with your body, you know? So, yeah. Simple as. Can you self-identify as trans? That's all you can do. Nothing else can tell you what your identity or your feelings are. There is no way for any doctor to empirically determine whether or not you are transgender or transsexual. They can't measure your brain, you know? At least not to determine that. It is entirely a product of how you feel and your identity. That being said, you know, it doesn't hurt to talk to experts as long as the experts are well-meaning, informed, available, and so on. If you have the ability to talk to a gender clinician, a doctor, a therapist, or anything else about your feelings, it can be useful to help clarify things. This, admittedly, right now is not the best environment for that, both in terms of availability, access, and I guess also the quality of the care. But in concept, for any big life thing, you know, especially one that might involve medical intervention, you know, it's definitely a good idea to, you know, give it a big think, give it a big ponder. Do you need to take hormones or have surgery to be considered transgender? Nope, just a matter of identity. Further expanded upon in the last few subsections. Do you support DIY HRT? Yeah. If a person needs medicine and they're unable to access it because of systemic discrimination at a governmental level, it seems reasonable to me that accessing that medicine from other means is fine. You know, DIY HRT has the potential to be dangerous, but so does denying HRT to people who need it. It's not like it's a neutral decision. We run the risk of doing the political violence thing again. Do you risk harm by doing DIY HRT? Well, do you risk harm by denying it is the question. As far as I can tell, based on, I don't know, sort of the anecdotal evidence that I've seen, DIY HRT seems to have helped quite a few people, you know? And it is much as to the extent that that is the case, then I support it. Yeah. Now, if I find out that DIY HRT is actually like, oh, well, actually, you know, they thought they were taking HRT, but it was actually goat urine. Well, that would be bad. I in concept, if bigots in government are keeping you from getting your medicine, what do we do but get it ourselves, right? What do we do? Just die? You know, like, what's the alternative to that? Like, oh, you know, HRT, the wonder drug that might help you massively in your life, that might make you feel better about yourself and increase the quality of your life and so on and so forth. Well, sorry, bigots in government have arbitrarily decided that you don't get it. Guess you just die. You know, like, well, no, of course not. Obviously, this is something that should be done with great care. Great care. All medicine taking should be, but at least if you're taking it directly from a doc, you have some, like, line of legitimacy to go through. Just be careful, okay? Seriously. And don't be impatient. You know? Sometimes it's like a, you know, oh God, I need it right now kind of thing. Just think, like, all right, I'll still be here a week from now. Let me think about everything that I'm going to do. Contemplate every possibility. Handle things as safely as possible. That's all. Are non-binary people valid/real trans people? Yes. Though validity as a question or as like a determiner is stupid. Validity isn't on the table here, you know? People say, are trans women valid? Are cis this, trans this, non-binary this valid? What is valid? You exist? Do you not? Do you not bleed? What is it? What is valid? What does that mean? What do you mean by valid? You exist. What more is there to... I have never asked whether I am valid. Why should you? No one has ever questioned my validity. It's not. It doesn't seem to be like an axis of questioning, a line of questioning for me. What prisons should trans men and women go to? This is a tough one because I don't think that people are going to upend their entire life and transition purely so that they can creep on people in the opposite sex's bathroom, something that they could have done anyway. But I can imagine there being like a cis man who very disingenuously says like, "No, I'm a woman," because he wants to get into the easier prison. In my opinion, first of all, like there are a whole bunch of things that I would like to change about prisons broadly. So it's not as though this is like this wouldn't changes here wouldn't like this wouldn't be done in a vacuum, I guess. As far as I can tell, we have basically no evidence to the point that putting trans women in women's prisons and trans men in men's prisons is, well, no, I'm trying to think right now because I've seen a couple of anecdotal, like, bits of evidence here. I don't know how many studies we have on this. It's a really complicated topic. As a general rule, I think that people should be placed where there is the least potential for harm. What I'm going to say now might come across as a little bit biased and maybe like a little bit bad, but I think I believe it anyway. I think that for the most part, the general assumption should be trans women should go to women's prison because if trans women go to men's prisons, they're going to be raped to death. And trans men should go to women's prisons because if trans men go to men's prisons, they're going to be raped to death. In the American prison system, which has been deemed by the United Nations to be cruel and unusual punishment, it seems to me like in the barbarous system that we have to deal with right now, it kind of seems like trans people have massive targets on their back in going to prison anyway, and maybe they should just be afforded special protections. And if the government doesn't want to have to pay the money for that, they should fix their fucking prisons. That sounds like really biased. I don't mean to imply that this has anything to do with the like validity of trans men or any bullshit like that. This is purely just a like men's prisons are where you go to get raped and die sort of thing, which seems to be the case. I don't know. It's yeah. Yeah, it's not good. That's yep, that's I'm sorry, that's the limit of my I don't think I've read any evidence to suggest that trans women in women's prisons rape the women. I think to a large extent that might be because the trans women might also know that they'd be bludgeoned to death if they did because the prison guards are probably transphobic themselves. I don't know. It's so fun. It's literally like which torment nexus do we construct? You know, which horrible. There's like no good answer in any case because any prison is whatever. Those are my thoughts. I don't know. Which public restroom should trans people use? Easy peasy, the ones they want to. Again, as far as I can tell, literally no evidence to indicate that trans people using the restrooms of their choice endangers anyone. You know, like again, like this for this, like the right wing has been searching for evidence on this like bathroom ban stuff for a decade now and have nothing. You know, it's insane how little evidence there is to the point they want to make. Should trans people be allowed to participate in sports, professional level, Olympics, etc.? Wasn't there recently a study that came out that suggested it's very possible that trans women might actually underperform in some athletic categories compared to cis women? My understanding is that every time a really good study is done on this subject, it's like, yeah, after a couple years of hormones, trans women are like basically on par with cis women. Like 2 years or so. I don't like this is I very much like I'm following the line of the athletic medical practitioners here because it's a scientific question. If trans women had an unfair advantage, there'd be a real question here because, you know, I don't think that people are going to upend their entire life and transition just to break records. I just don't think that's true. But, you know, if there was a big advantage, then but it just seems like there kind of isn't, you know? So if there isn't an advantage, it's not even anything to talk about, really. People really do underestimate how much HRT changes the body. I think it's a component of the conservative mantra on this. The idea that, like, well, you know, you are your sex, nothing changes. Have you not seen Lady Ballers? Ah, yes, you're right. The Apparently, women's prisons are more rapey than men's. Okay, all right. Okay, that's a different topic. It's a different topic. We're on a new one now. My only anecdotal evidence to this point is that I've had trans women friends who I annihilated in arm wrestling, which I'm sure made them feel great. You know how you gotta really make sure those bottoms aren't happy? Because the trans women will be like, ooh, let me arm wrestle you. Because they want to lose. Because then they're like, oh, sorry, my weak biologically female arms just crumpled in the face of your strong masculine. Right, they want to do that. So the way to get around that is you have to hurt them when they do it. Because they want like, oh, I lost. So what you have to do is do like, you have to like slam that show, what you got to make them do is regret it, okay? Because they're like, yeah, break their arm is what I'm saying. That's the only way. That's my opinion on trans women in women's sports. As for trans men in men's sports, nobody has an issue with it. The only time people pitch a fit about trans men in men's sports is when they see trans men competing against women that they've been forced to compete against, assuming the trans men are trans women with beards, and then being transphobic against trans women. So, yeah. That's the end. So, fucking... Should trans children be allowed to take puberty blockers? Well, it wouldn't be much point to puberty blockers if you took them after you were done with puberty. It's not puberty reversers. Yeah. The age varies. I think this is like a case-by-case doctor situation, But yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, right? There's plenty of research on the safety of puberty blockers, safe and reversible. That's the line, and it's true. Kids have been taking them since the 80s. We started prescribing them for precocious puberty. We know what they do. They're safe. They're fine. Yeah, go for it. Should trans children be allowed to take HRT? What age? Again, it's a case-by-case doctor thing, because I genuinely think the circumstances are going to vary person by person. I think that it's probably a good idea to wait just a smidge in HRT, especially if you're already on puberty blockers. I don't think you should be taking that at like 12 or whatever. But I would always defer to the sort of the medical expertise of the doctors involved. I guess it's mostly a matter of like life quality. And if you are 12, I don't think you need to start having hormones course through your body. You're fine. Go draw something with crayons, you fucking kid. Go play Fortnite. Who the fuck? You're not. What are you doing? Go get cookies from the cookie jar on top of the fridge or something. Fucking, but like later on, like, I don't know, through high school or whatever, mid high school, I don't know, something like that. That'd be my thought. But again, I'd defer to the doctors. Now go watch Skibidi Toilet over and over. Don't talk to me, you kid. Isn't like 13 high school? Isn't 14 high school? I don't know. Whatever. Again. Should trans children be allowed to receive gender-affirming surgeries? What kind and at what age? Okay, so let's get the obvious ones out of the way. I'm just throwing this out here. Probably don't need bottom surgery or facial feminization surgery or whatever. As like a high schooler, probably not. That's my guess. Again, doctor. You go to the doctor first. I don't think that sort of like political, from the top down, like political determination is a good way to make these kinds of medical decisions. But my basic assumption would be like probably not those. Haven't there? I think I literally knew a chick who got breast reduction surgery in middle school because she had like precocious puberty, something. They were too big, whatever. So I know there are examples of this happening with cisgender people, you know, I guess it's just a matter of like, what need would there be if you had started hormone blockers at like 12 and then HRT at like 15, what surgery could you possibly need as a child, you know? Well, I don't know. Anyway, again, just guesswork. I don't know. Talk to your doctor. Yeah, talk to your doctor. I don't know. So it's just seems like I mean, I can make guesses really, but yeah. Should trans people be required to receive letters from psychologists saying they can get gender affirming surgeries, top or bottom? Nope, we don't need to do that with any other medical procedure, right? Like if you want to, like, leaving aside insurance, if you want to go outpatient, or, I mean, you want to go to like a specialist and go, hey, I want you to do this or that or whatever, I could do that. You know, I could just go over and do that. You know, I don't need the letter from the doctor is a thing for insurance. The idea that you would need that as a flat requirement for gender affirming surgery seems bullshit to me. Okay, you know all that shit they do for facial feminization surgery? You can get that as a cis chick without a letter from a doctor. You can just go and you can just say, hey, I want my brow shaved and I want my jaw this and this and that and this and that. You know, maybe insurance coverage is an issue, but in this case, it would be like purely cosmetic. So in that case, I don't even know whether or not that'd get covered, depending on your insurance. But yeah, I don't think so. Many double standards applied to medical gatekeeping when it comes to trans people. It's so weird. It's so dumb. Should the parents of intersex children wait until the child is older and can consent to genital surgery before having it? Oh, this because sometimes intersex kids will be born with ambiguous genitalia, and the doctor will be like, "Hey, do you want me to hit your infant baby with a hammer until it's one genitalia and not maybe both?" And the parents will be like, "Yeah, go ahead with the hammer." Every line I've heard on this, from activists to doctors who have talked about it, have said, "Yeah, don't do that." You know. Doctors will do this without even asking the parents. That's insane. You know, that's insane. Yeah, literally every line that I've heard is don't do it. You know, like just don't do it. Just don't do it. And stop circumcising kids. It's weird. Cut that out. What about those cases where the genitals need reconstruction? Look, if some surgical intervention is necessary for like an actual reason, then okay. Like an actual like health reason. Okay, that's one thing. But a lot of the times when this happens, it's literally just the doctor being like, I think it should look like this. You know? Just weird. Very weird. Very weird. Very, very, very weird. Asking the surgeon, give my baby a sharper jawline. It's literally like that, though, kind of, right? Guys, we're under a whole new category. Give general thoughts on bi-POC, gender, and other minority issues. Oh. Fuck, that's good. Do you support land back? Yeah. I've always been hugely supportive of efforts to sort of like hold the U.S. government to account for the treaties that's broken with the various native tribes. You know, I went to university in Humboldt State, and it's a big deal up there with a lot of native issues that are given a lot of attention on campus. So yeah, 100%. There's a version of land back that exists only online as promoted by white people, which is like, you are literally Hitler unless you're willing to give the entire United States back to Native American people, something that Native American people don't want and haven't asked for. So, like, leaving aside the virtue signalers who want to turn it into like a let me prove how woke I am. I literally want to displace the entire United States for, you know, like leaving aside that. Yeah, I'm hugely in favor of land back. Hmm. Thoughts on blood quantum? So, blood quantum is a system imposed, as I understand it, by the US government to determine whether or not you are legitimately a member of a native tribe. And it's basically like if your blood has this much a percentage of native ancestry, such and such. My understanding is that this was literally imposed by the Department of Indian Affairs, from the government, and like native tribes don't want it. So yeah, like purely just yeah, it's like a old colonial. Yeah, it's yeah, not. I don't think it's I don't it does no I don't think that's good. As a general rule, I don't really like blood percentages as a way of determining anyone's acceptance into any group, to be honest. Should the US give reparations, and if so, who gets them? I think the smartest way to do reparations would probably be like massive community investment in historically black areas and institutions, because the logistical difficulties of figuring out who exactly to give money to based on whether or not you're an answer or like a descendant of a slave would be pretty tough. Also, as long as the economic systems in this country are racially biased, you can give all the money you want to black people. It's going to end up back in white hands, right? Like, give a bunch of money to a black community, but if all the landowners are white, the landlords are white, the banks are run by white people, all that, like all the corporations locally, like go back to trusts that are, you know, like mostly white, all it's going to be funneled out, you know? That's why I like the community investment element. You know, it's a little bit cleaner, a bit easier, maybe a little more politically viable to pass. And that investment can rectify some of the actual differences, you know? Now, just cutting a check isn't a bad idea too. You know, there, as Dr. Martin Luther King put it, a fair summation of the debts that America has accumulated plus interest of all the unpaid labor of all the black slaves in America's history would bankrupt the world. And that is true. Why are reparations important? Because you know, because good things are good. Good things are good. What can I say, folks? Philosophers, you know, they keep trying to come up with. They keep trying to get me. They keep trying to get me. They can't get me. Good things are good. In all seriousness, you know, like the United States government hurt a group, so it's got to help the group. That's simple, right? It really is that. It really is that simple. It was targeted hurt, not indirect hurt, not like, oh, as a consequence of this unfairly planned system hurt, direct targeted hurt. You know, it's pretty straightforward, really, I'd say, you know, ethically speaking, with regards to culpability. Affirmative action and DEI. Well, DEI doesn't mean shit, for one. I don't have any respect for these, like, vague corporate slogans that indicates their commitment to being progressive. Everything's DEI, you know? I mean, obviously now when people say DEI, they mean the N-word. Yeah, you know, look at this DEI mayor. Look at these DEI counties. Look at this DEI family. You know, it's just yet another, you know, God willing, one of these days, the Nazis will summon the stones and Republican politicians are just going to say the N-word again. Unironically, they're saying it anyway. They're just saying it in a different word, you know? Like you just get rid of the artifice, you know, really show people what the fuck you are, right? As for affirmative action, I don't know, seems fine. The basic idea, as I understand it, for affirmative action is if you have two equally qualified candidates, you should choose the one who is from a more disadvantaged background. And I think that's generally true. Not only does that rectify social imbalances, which is good, but it also probably means you're going to get a better employee, right? Because, you know, if you've got two people who both score the same on a test, one of them's a pompous white boy who looks like me, and the other one's a black man who had to work two jobs to help, you know, keep his mother afloat on medical bills while, you know, going to night school and so on. Which one of those two is a harder worker, do you think? Well, I can tell you this much, it's not me. So, yeah. But whatever, you know, the people who bitch about affirmative action are and always will be people who are just like desperately fucking racist. It's not like an empirical argument is going to change their mind on that. Critical race theory. The old DEI and the, you know, old N-word. Yeah. CRT, critical race theory. Yeah, no. This term was employed very briefly by the right as a boogeyman scare for cultural Bolshevism and black people and the N-word. It was cynically employed from the beginning. What's his name? Christopher Rufo, one of the, you know, sort of goons of the right-wing's propaganda group, was literally bragging on Twitter about how he just essentially made up what the term meant and got people to associate it with negative stuff. You know, their efforts at replacing the N-word with other things that are spooky sounding, you know, are so flimsy and transparent. It seems like they're just going to go back to it soon, you know? I don't know. Redlining. Yeah, it's not good. Whether by government policy, bank policy, or just systemic discrimination, black folk go here, white folk go here. I grew up in LA, right? Some of the easiest lines where you see racial divides, they're the interstate highways, the overpasses. You go on one side and it's all nice, clean, you know, white neighborhood. You go to the other side and it's all, you know, underserved, poorly paved, dirty, overly wide roads, poorly zoned, bullshit, you know, very, very little upkeep black neighborhood. Yeah, the other side of the train tracks. Exactly. They've been doing this for a while, the redlining business. It's one of the reasons why reparations are so important. You know, inertia carries. You can have an equal meritocracy as much as you want. It doesn't change the fact that people are born into different environments. You can reliably determine whether or not a person's going to die in poverty or wealth based on the zip code they were born into. You know, in an environment like that, you can't pretend you have a meritocracy. Thoughts on diversity in media? Diversity in media is good. Look, it sounds dumb and cliche to a lot of people, but facts are facts. If you see somebody whose experiences you can relate to doing something cool, it lights a fire in your heart. You know, it's like the Scully effect. It's Scully, right? That's who I'm thinking of from the X-Files. Seeing that lady detective with the coat. You know, most of the time you see a detective, it's a guy. They saw a lady detective in the X-Files. After that, bunch more women got involved in detective work. You know, policing, forensics, that sort of thing. Now, that's not because women were stupid beforehand and they thought like, oh, I literally can't do that job. That's not why. The real reason why is because even if you know you technically can do a job, sometimes a job doesn't feel like it's for you. A good example of this would be being an airline steward. You know, men and women can both do that job equally well, but it's almost always women, right? Some people give bullshit arguments about how, well, women are smaller, so it's easier to fit between the seats. Women got bigger hips, dipshit. You're walking between those aisles? That's hip height. It's not a sex thing. It's man or woman. Why, then, is it always women? Is it because men think they can't be one? No. It's because they think it's not their place. They think of being a steward. It's always easy to say stewardess, right? Airline stewardess. But airline steward, they don't think it's a place for them. Likewise, a lot of women just didn't really think of forensic work as like a viable career option. Not because they literally didn't think they could do it, but because they weren't inspired to do it. Nursing. Nursing used to be almost entirely women. Now there's a lot more men in it. You normalize men in it, and you get more men in it. It's as simple as that. All I want is for people to be free. I want people to live their lives and feel that they have the greatest possible ability to enact their will and live the life they want to live. I want them to look at life as a wide open plane of possibilities. And that means making sure that every young person, as they're growing up, feels deeply in their heart that they can be whatever they want to be. And that's what that does. And that's for everyone. Very important. Thoughts on U.S. immigration? Oh, only the easy questions, huh? I think immigration in general is good. The current situation at the southern border is untenable. The main reason it's untenable is because as much as American boomers would like it to be the case, America is not an island. We're actually connected to the rest of the world, and, physically and sort of symbolically. The situation at our southern border is a direct consequence of our continuous meddling in Latin and Central America. We created the conditions, for the most part. We're not entirely responsible, but we did a lot to make these places the shitholes that they are, and hence refugees. If we invested a little more into the world and to our neighbors, we would have a more balanced relationship with them. We wouldn't have the issue. As for how to solve it in the immediate sense, that's a tough one. Good luck, Biden. U.S. southern border thoughts? Oh, I just answered that, basically, with the previous one. I think Mexico should annex Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, but leave California. I think that San Diego should be the sort of like bridge, the ambassador nation state, as it is now. Yes. Abortion and Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade was poorly argued from the get-go, and its revocation, while seemingly inevitable, judging from the right wing's gunning for it for so long, is causing the Republicans a lot of harm. As it turns out, people like their ability to get abortions. Who could have guessed? So in addition to abortion being something that everyone should have a right to as they so choose, it seems that the opposition to that position is very much to the detriment of the Republican Party. It's making things harder for them. So that's nice, at least. Should abortion have any limitations? Look, whenever people get late-term abortions, it's almost always because of, like, medical problems anyway. Who would carry a baby for 7 months and then, like, oh, yeah, now I'm going to get an abortion? People who want to get an abortion, get them early, you know? Look, if you're really, really far in, maybe the argument can be made that you should deliver the baby and put it up for adoption instead, because you're right there. I don't know. It's not a hard line. I will say this, though. You want to make that an option? You got to make childbirth not cost $50 squadrillion. You know, if you really want to incentivize birth rather than abortion, it would probably be good to not make birth cost like 50 times an abortion. That would be a smart move you could make to change that. Thoughts on sex work? I do make it work, thank you. OnlyFans, stripping, full service, etc. The oldest profession. Sex work will always be around. A lot of the people who are involved in sex work are involved in it for like less than great reasons. Um, that being said, it seems like sex work is getting safer and safer now that more people are doing it through stuff like OnlyFans rather than the old-fashioned sex work, which is waiting on street corners. That does still happen, of course, but you know, I think yeah, I don't know. I think that if you the best way to handle this is through protection, right? There's nothing wrong with sex work. If someone wants to make some money to help them through college by showing their asshole on OnlyFans, then God bless them. You know, it must be a nice asshole. Everyone's got one, so you have to have a good one to for that to be like a marketable characteristic. I feel. I obviously, like a lot of people involved in sex work, are involved under less than ideal circumstances, and I think that one of the best ways that you could help protect them is by legalizing the work they engage in, so they can freely go to the police without jeopardizing their only form of income. You know, I think it's a no-brainer, frankly. Should women be drafted the same as men in the U.S.? Yes. Fuck women. Thoughts on welfare and entitlement programs? Um, you know, I gotta say, I really hate the term entitlement programs because people use entitlement like it's a dirty word when entitlement is literally like written into our Declaration of Independence. Like the idea like, oh, this person feels entitled to that. Yeah? That's the whole point. That's the whole point of a government and law and civilization and everything. That you create the bottom line. That's the whole point. Entitlement programs. You're all entitled to it. That's the whole point. But people use it like a dirty word. Oh, they feel entitled. When it comes, oh, what do they feel entitled to? Medical care? Yes! Oh, this entitlement program that gives money to expectant mothers. They are entitled. What do you want? Yeah, I don't know. I'm very pro welfare and entitlement program. Hell yeah, give them all the money. Hell yeah. That being said, you can get a lot more bang for your buck by decommodifying select industries rather than just giving people money to then hand over to private corporations. To put it another way, if the government ran a clinic that offered services for free, that would be a lot cheaper for the government to run than for the government to hand you like $5 million to go get one procedure done at a private clinic. Does that make sense? Make sense? How do we make things better for people on disability? Well, for the people in chat, I would say that being given VGG, free space to roam, where their mental disabilities do not impede them in their desire to annoy me personally, has been a remarkable success. For other people with disabilities that are not mental and are physical, I mean, there's a lot of stuff we can do. The easiest one is probably to change the law and not have it so that the disability payments that people get no longer come in if you have more than $2,000 in total assets at any given point in time, thus preventing you from ever owning anything or saving any money in any way. That's pretty wild. We hate disabled people because they are economically less productive than non-disabled people. That is the thing that they do wrong. That's the main problem, you know? It's not like the problem with disabled people is that they're less kind or less capable of being friends or less sociable or creative or intelligent or any, right? It's just it impedes their functionality as a worker. That is the definition of a disability insofar as we treat it as like a social class, you know? So that's pretty dumb. Hold on. Can't let this be too much of a free space for autism. There we go. I am ableist. Thoughts on intersectionality? Critical. Intersectionality is the idea that different axes of power and oppression interact with one another. One might even say they intersect. If your analysis isn't intersectional, you're dog shit. You're doo-doo fart poop shit. You suck. You're a loser. You would lose in a fight to a duck. You know, you're worthless, basically, as a person. You're a shit person, is what I'm saying. If your analysis is not intersectional. That's my main topic. Main point on the topic. Thank you. Thoughts on identity politics? Identity politics is a slur. Seriously, at this point, the only time this term is used is if you're referring to a person invoking an element of one's identity, which everyone is all the time, by the way. So it's kind of meaningless, you know? When people on the left say identity politics or idpol, they usually refer to this like liberal obsession with masquerading nonsense as progressivism by way of invocation of like identity stuff. So like Nancy Pelosi doing the Black Lives Matter kneel with the Kenta cloth would be an example of idpol being invoked cynically, because it looks like it should be radical, right? You know, the Speaker of the House wearing Kenta cloth kneeling, like this should be a profound expression of solidarity for the people who are protesting in the Black Lives Matter movement, you know? If you saw a historical photo of something like that, you would think, oh, wow, they were like really into it. But was Nancy Pelosi really into it? No. Like she was just a photo op. Doesn't matter. It's cynical. That's what people, when they say idpol, usually they mean like a kind of like cynical invocation of that. Like it's not an authentic attempt at making a point, I guess. But it's an often misused term. Thoughts on interracial relationships and mixed race children? Man, I gotta say, the only people I see going after interracial relationships and mixed race children are black people on Twitter who are unironically doing the like keep the bloodline pure shit, but from the other angle. Black parents can be really weird about interracial relationships and mixed race children. I'm not like, I ain't gonna pretend white racists go over this too, but white racists also usually keep it a bit more quiet because they know they'll get dogpiled, whereas black people will pretty fucking openly be like, yo, y'all ain't actually doing this. And it's like a picture of a black woman and a white man, you know? I don't know, it's pretty weird. You know, look, if the glorious future of America, the great melting pot, is everyone being a kind of like mocha brown or whatever, that means everyone, black or white, okay? We're all getting in on that shit. I really don't have any respect for people who politicize relationships in that way or who sort of implicitly discriminate against mixed race children. I think that shit is like super cringe. I don't think you get away with it by being black. I think the idea is poison. Poisonous ideas are not exclusive to white people, even though we do seem to be pretty good at them at times. I don't think that we're the only... Yeah, no. Nah, that's bullshit. Thoughts on circumcision? Dick and pussy. Look, female genital mutilation is definitely a hell of a lot worse than circumcision. Both are bad. So yeah, don't do that. You know, don't do that. You know, on Grindr, a lot of people ask for uncut. You know, it seems like the tide is turning. That's all I'm saying. All right? That's all I'm saying. Respectability politics. Do bad acting minorities hold the movement back? People who act poorly have the potential to hold a movement back, but it's also an inevitability given the wide scope of what a movement represents, especially considering the fact that it's really easy for a person who's outside of the movement to feign being in the movement and then like act poorly as a psyop, you know? Look, I think that in order to be successful in a political, in any kind of like political movement, you have to be convincing, right? You have to convince people of the righteousness of your cause. And in order to do that, you have to reach them at their level. I talked about this earlier. Respectability politics, I use that in a negative sense. Respectability politics to me is when somebody will ignore a real point by gesturing at insincere, artificial, and restrictive social norms. So an example of this would be if a protester goes up to a politician and the protester is like, fuck you, you killed our planet, climate change, nah, you know, whatever else, okay? Whatever you want to say about that. If that politician leaves and then later goes on television and that politician is like, that activist was so, how disrespectful, look at their clothing, I'm doing the British accent because this kind of respectability politics is a massive problem in the UK. In America, less so. Because, you know, things have gotten so wild here lately, but in the UK, it's still very much like even the Tories will do that sneering condescension thing. Yeah, respectability politics is about the disingenuous invocation of civility to shut down a real point. I think that you should make an effort to be respectable in the sense that you earn the respect of the audience, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense? Like, an activist might not be respectable in the sense that they are rude when talking to a politician, but they could be respectable in the sense that they earn the respect of a disillusioned public. And I think that's what you should aim for. You have to think about your audiences and who you're trying to go after. Nice. Guys, after 4 straight hours of talking with basically very little back and forth and no breaks, I think I'm going to call it. I'm going to stream tomorrow and read the donations that have been sent today. Tomorrow. This is very tiring. I have to say, I'm 1/2 of the way through this document. So this is definitely going to be a 2-parter. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, all right, that was... All right. Ugh. Okay. And the second half's going to be longer than the first. I can feel it. Are we going to talk about Columbia University? Yeah, tomorrow. I was promised fashion derailment. No, you weren't. You did great. Thank you. We're not continuing tomorrow. I'm afraid there's politics to cover tomorrow. A lot has happened at Columbia. I'm familiar. I'm aware of it. You know, I'm here. I'm alive. But I'm not covering it right now. I said that, Orangutan Kiwi. I'm going to send you guys over to Conyer CC. I love you guys very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay? I'm going to chill with my voice for a bit. I'm not used to talking for that long. Okay. All right. Take care.